Canada, our home and native land. True patriot love and all of us command. Quand on procès porter l'épée, il sait porter la croix. Dans l'histoire est une épopée des plus brillants exploits. Au Canada, Gichiguanash, Nani Bueda Migueche Wendanda. Nani Bueda Migueche Wendanda.
Please remain standing and join me in observing a moment of silence in memory of the Honorable Hilary M. Weston, the Honorable Ken Dryden, the Honorable Jim Bradley, Elder Gary Sue, Susan Eng, Michael Fanis, Beto Farella, Julie Labertu, Keith G. McKay, Isabel Montgomery, Patricia Moore, Pia Rowley Nanji, former City Councillor Dick O'Brien, John Piper, Bud Purvis, Java Roy, Sophia Smith, Douglas Arthur Stevens, Beverly Thompson, and Alan Wells. Thank you. I would like to take a moment on behalf of Council to acknowledge the Indigenous peoples of all the lands that we are on today. We do this to reaffirm our commitment and responsibility in improving relationships between nations and to deepening our own understanding of Indigenous peoples and their cultures. It is a moment to reflect on the importance of this land which we each call home. We acknowledge the land we are meeting on is the traditional territory of many nations, including the Mississaugas of the Credit, the Anishinaabe, the Chippewa, the Haudenosaunee, and the Wendat people, and is now home to many diverse First Nations, Inuit, and Métis peoples. We also acknowledge that Toronto is covered by Treaty 13 with the Mississaugas of the Credit and the Williams Treaty signed with multiple Mississaugas and Chippewa bands. On behalf of City Council, I would like to welcome our newest member, Councillor Nathan Chan, to this first meeting of Council. Congratulations and welcome back to this chamber. Mayor Chow, I understand you would like to say a few words.
Yes, a point of privilege. Like, we want to welcome Councillor Nathan Chan, of course. Congratulations and welcome back. There you are. I look forward to working with you to deliver for Scarborough Rouge River and the people across Toronto. I have an urgent members motion to make some appointments so that Councillor Chan is seated on his standing committee going into the next council cycle and to appoint Deputy Mayor Ainsley to chair the zoo board. The clerk, as you know, has circulated a survey to look at the interest in other vacancies following Deputy Mayor McKelvey's election as Member of Parliament through our normal process. I just want members of Council to know there's a member's motion in front of us.
Thank you. And members, we do have a presentation this morning in memory of Elder Gary Sue of the Mississaugas of the Credit First Nation. I would like to call upon Mayor Chow to give the presentation.
Thank you, members of council. I want to draw your attention in particular to the condolence motion for Anishinaabe elder and knowledge keeper, Elder Gary Sue of our treaty partner, the Mississauga of the Credit First Nation. Elder Sue began his journey to the spirit world on September 2nd. Gary Sue was a revered elder and a storyteller, deeply committed to cultural education. He was a keeper of treaty teachings and taught many about the significance of treaties and the importance of deepening relationships. Elder Sue worked to build a strong connection between the city and the Mississauga of the Credit First Nation. He was deeply involved with the city as an educator and as the spiritual guiding presence at Indigenous ceremonies. During the welcoming ceremony at the first meeting of the current Toronto City Council, Elder Sue gifted council with an unpolished teapot that he said represented the tarnished words given to the Indigenous community. Council was asked to keep the teapot and shine it to take the tarnish off so that our words in the future shine in a beautiful way. We heed his words, and the teapot represents our future shining in a beautiful way and continues to have pride of place in the chamber today. The environment was also important to him, as he believed that the Anishinaabe have a responsibility to take care of the land and waters. He often took part in projects that protected his local environment, such as monitoring the health of nearby rivers and streams. While dedicated to sharing his culture and traditions, he was even more dedicated to his family. His life partner of 50 years, knowledge keeper Tana and his children, Michelle, Stanford, Gary, Aideen, and their partners and their families, including 14 grandchildren and 2 great-grandchildren. We will always be grateful for his wisdom and his generosity with his knowledge and teachings. I understand that in Ojibwe, there's no word for goodbye as our spirits are connected. Jikuwa Bamin Minowa. Elder Sue, I will see you again.
Thank you. For the benefit of those who are connected to the internet, the city clerk has posted all of the agenda materials for today's meeting at Toronto.ca/council. This meeting is being held as a hybrid meeting and is being streamed live on YouTube. I'd like to welcome the public who are with us here today who are watching the meeting. Councillor Thompson, you would like to make an announcement?
Yes, thank you very much, Speaker, and good morning, everyone. Speaker, we are aware of the various incidents in our city regarding gun crimes and gun use. I rise, Speaker, to comment on the actions of the police service, particularly the men and women at 41 Division. This isn't an attempt to alarm anyone, but it is an attempt to highlight some of the challenges that we are facing in this city. But more importantly, to highlight the great policing work that's been done in terms of responding to the proliferation of gun incidents in our communities. I rise, Speaker, to commend and to thank Superintendent Warren Wilson and Inspector Roger Ford. You may know the Ford name, and I know that the chair of the Police Service Board is nodding because he is the son of Deputy former Deputy Chief Keith Ford. And so there is long connection with respect to policing to Mr. Ford, but also Mr. Wilson and others. Speaker, I rise because it's really important to recognize some of the challenges that we're having, and specifically in my community. In August, there was a dramatic increase in terms of the utilization of guns and so on, and I suspect that my area is not unique. The police at 41 Division, led by Superintendent Wilson and Inspector Ford and others, developed and launched a program to curb the use of guns in our community, utilizing the whole division as well as the whole community in terms of deploying community policing initiatives, as well as key support from forensic and identification and so on, and the neighborhood community officers. And I think it's really important that we recognize the importance of the neighborhood community officers. More neighborhoods are asking for them. There are some challenges in terms of responding, providing them, but they play a key role in terms of helping to keep our communities safe. In the span of 3 weeks during September, the police were able to seize 6 handguns from our community, arresting 8 individuals and laying 64 charges. It's important in terms of recognizing that the police were able to remove handguns from the area at Birchmont and Eglinton. They arrested someone with a Glock 19 with an extended magazine, which means they had more opportunities and more bullets in that magazine to be used in our community. And that is just absolutely wrong and problematic for our community. Another incident at Birchmount and Lawrence, similar situation where the police observed a vehicle, pulled it over, sure enough found someone with a gun. The police found 2 loaded firearms in this vehicle. And it's really important in terms of recognition that this is great policing work. The police also were able to resolve an issue, a dispute at a local high school involving guns. Again, guns, guns, guns. This is an unfortunate situation, but an incidents and incidents after incidents, we learn about guns taking place in our city. And so it's really important in terms of recognizing that this is great police work. I'm really grateful for the work of and leadership of Superintendent Wilson and Inspector Ford. I think it's really important for us to recognize the great work, of course, that's being done by police in general. So on behalf of my community, I'd like to ask us to give, from Council, recognition and congratulations to Superintendent Wilson, Inspector Ford, for the great police work that they're doing, as well as all the men and women of 41 Division, but also all the men and women of policing in this great city. So I ask members of Council for you to help me in terms of recognizing the great, outstanding police work in keeping our city safer. So I'd ask you to help me and give them a big round of applause in keeping our city safe. Thank you.
So on that point, I just want to say a few words before we go to the next presentation. As you know, a couple months ago, Jave Roy, an 8-year-old, was shot and killed while he was sleeping with his mother. There were 3 shooters, and I'm pleased to say that 2 of them have been arrested, and one of them they're still looking at. And then a week later, on Keele Street, Keele and Eglinton, suddenly there were kids started shooting at each other in the middle of the day. A woman was driving down on Keele Street and was shot. So following that, I had a town hall meeting with the chief, and we had over 200 residents that came out and expressed their concern. But I want to thank as well, and Councillor Thompson, I echo your comments as well, to thank 12 Division, for the job well done, and within a month they were able to arrest the 2 shooters. And thank you very much to the Toronto Police Services. Thank you for that.
Madam Speaker.
Okay. Mayor Cha.
Thank you for allowing me to say a few words also. I do want to add my appreciation to the police. I just also want members of council know, Jave Roy's mother, as you know, was very traumatized, Holly Roy. And she asked the city and my office to assist her in finding another location to live because she cannot go back to the same bedroom where her son Gervais was shot. We understand that. Here's the good news. We have been able to locate a new home for her, and she has moved in. And I just want to thank not just all the police officers that have assisted, but also the city staff that pulled together to help Holly Roy to find a new home. Thank you.
Thank you for that, and Mayor as well. I spoke to the mother, and she's very happy with her new accommodation. It's not very far from where she previously, and I was able to get the landlord to remove that bullet from the window because that was there for a month or so, which was frustrating for people that live in that community. So thank you, Mayor Chow. Councillor Myers.
Thank you, Speaker. Today I'm rise to just announce that this week at the TTC board, we voted to rename Leslie Barn Car House after former Mayor David Miller at the request of his wife, Jill. Former Mayor Miller's contributions to the TTC and to public transit in Toronto were, of course, transformative. He helped secure over $1 billion in federal and provincial funding, led the modernization of our fleet, and championed projects like the Eglinton Crosstown, Finch West, and Scarborough LRTs that continue to shape the future of transit in our city. But beyond the numbers and the projects, this naming carries real significance as it's about recognizing leadership that believes transit is not just about infrastructure, it's about creating opportunities for Torontonians. Transit connects people to their work, to their education, and to their communities, and this was a vision that Mayor Miller enthusiastically championed during his mayoralty. As TTC chair, I think it's fitting that the Car House, a place that keeps our streetcars moving every day, will bear the name of Mayor Miller, who kept the city's transit vision moving forward, and of course he was instrumental in getting this car house built. The David Miller Car House will stand as a reminder of what's possible when our city invests boldly in public transit and the people who make it work. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Moyes.
Good morning, Madam Speaker, and thank you for allowing me the opportunity to speak. I rise this morning to remember and celebrate the life of Michael Fanos, a dedicated pharmacist and tireless advocate for Toronto's 2S LGBTQ+ and HIV communities. Michael founded MedX Expert Pharmacy in Toronto Centre, Canada's first fully 2S LGBTQ+ owned and operated pharmacy in Canada. Through his work, he created a space where people could access medications, care, and support without fear of stigma. Under his leadership, MedExpert was recognized with awards including Inspire LGBTQ Business of the Year and AIDS Walk of Toronto Business of the Year. Michael's impact went far beyond his pharmacy. He was a mentor, a community partner, and a passionate advocate for equity in healthcare. His kindness, compassion, and commitment touched so many lives. Today, we extend our heartfelt sympathies to his parents, Sam and Lydia Fanos, his brother Kuro Fanos, his pharmacy team at MedExperts, and all who knew him. Michael's legacy will continue to inspire us to build a more inclusive and caring Toronto. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. May I have a motion to confirm the minutes? Moved by Councillor Thompson. Do you want to read it out, please?
For my microphone. Thank you very much. That council confirmed the minutes from the regular meetings held on July 23rd and 24th, 2025 in the form supplied to the members.
Thank you. All those in favor, please raise your hands. Opposed, if any, carried. Members, there are 3 administrative inquiries under Council's procedure. City Council can receive an administrative inquiry for information or refer to a council committee. We have an administrative inquiry 33.1 from Councillor Sachs regarding the Harvard Street and Oskin Avenue reconstruction. The answer to this inquiry from the Deputy City Manager, Infrastructure Services, has been posted with the council agenda on the city's website. May I have a motion to receive the inquiry and answer for information? Councillor Sachs?
I'd like to refer this to Infrastructure Environment Committee, please.
Okay, so Councillor Sachs is moving that to refer. On favor? Carried. We have Administrative Inquiry 33.2 from Councillor Moyes regarding construction delays at 502 and 508 Parliament Street. The answer to this inquiry from the Executive Director, Housing Secretariat, has been posted with the Council agenda on the City's website. May I have a motion to receive the inquiry and answer for information? Councillor Moyes.
I move to receive, Madam Speaker. May I say a few words on this or not?
Pardon?
May I say a few words on this? No?
No,
Okay.
just move receive.
I move to receive.
Okay.
Thank you.
All those in favor of receiving, opposed if any, carried. Thank you. We have Administrative Inquiry 33.3 from Councillor Holliday regarding the Automated Speed Enforcement Program. The answer to this inquiry from the City Manager has been posted with the Council agenda on the City's website. May I have a motion to receive the inquiry and answer for information? Councillor Holliday.
Good morning, Speaker. Yes, I would like to move receipt. Thank you.
Okay. On favor of moving receipt, opposed if any, carried. I will now call upon the committee chairs to introduce the reports. The chairs can speak about the reports for up to 5 minutes. Mayor Chow.
Madam Speaker, I'm pleased to introduce the agenda for meeting 26 of the Executive Committee. Some highlights from this agenda includes advancing 1,800 homes at Quayside, 553 of which will be affordable. I'm moving the motion in front of you. Okay, you see it. And establishing a process to select development partners and creating the enabling infrastructure for the thousands of new homes at Ojibwe, while also moving forward with public activations on the island that will introduce more Torontonians to this evolving community. Another highlight is a plan to work with TRCA to begin rehabilitating the western waterfront breakwaters that are at greatest risk for failure, and they are in very bad shape. This is one other one is our ask to the federal and provincial governments not to abandon their duty to Toronto when it comes to helping shelter and housing people, and their funding cuts would only make homelessness worse in this city.
Thank you. Councillor Cheng, you have a motion to introduce the Civic Appointments Committee report.
Yes, I do. That the report for meeting 29 of the Civic Appointments Committee listed on the agenda of Council be presented for consideration. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Fletcher, you have a motion to introduce the corporation's nominating panel report.
Yes, I do, Speaker, that the report from meetings 21 and 22 of the corporation's nominating panel listed on the agenda of Council be presented for consideration.
Thank you. Councillor Bravo, you have a motion to introduce the Economic and Community Development Committee report.
I do, Speaker. Thank you. That the report of the meeting 23 of Economic and Community Development Committee be presented for consideration.
Thank you. Councillor Ainsley, you have a motion to introduce the General Government Committee report.
Good morning, Madam Speaker. Good morning, Madam Speaker. That the report from meeting number 24 of the General Government Committee listed on the agenda of Council be presented for consideration. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Fletcher, you have a motion to introduce Infrastructure and Environment Committee report.
Yes, I do, Speaker, that the report from meeting 24 of the Infrastructure and Environment Committee listed on the agenda of Council be presented for consideration.
Thank you. Councillor Perks, you have a motion to introduce the Planning and Housing Committee report.
I surely do. Just waiting for it to appear. Good morning, Speaker. I move that the report from meeting 24 of the Planning and Housing Committee listed on the agenda of Council be presented for consideration.
Thank you. Councillor Holliday, you have a motion to introduce the Etobicoke York Community Council report.
Thank you, Speaker. That the report from meeting 25 of the Etobicoke York Community Council listed on the agenda of Council be presented for consideration.
Thank you. Who's the Vice Chair of North York? Okay. Councillor Chang, if you can move a motion to introduce the North York Community Council report.
I move that the report from meeting 26 of the North York Community Council listed on the agenda of Council be presented for consideration. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Ainsley, you have a motion to introduce the Scarborough Community Council report.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, that the report from meeting number 25 of the Scarborough Community Council listed on our agenda of Council today be presented for consideration.
Thank you. Councillor Moyes, you have a motion to introduce the Toronto and East York Community Council report.
I believe I do, Madam Speaker. That the report from meeting 25 of the Toronto and East York Community Council as listed on the agenda of Council be presented for consideration. Just want to quickly state that, we had 80 important items on the agenda. We had 50 deputants, and it took us pretty much the entire day to get through that. I just want to take this opportunity to thank staff, in particular Christine, Catherine, who did a great job with her team, and all those that supported her. And also to thank you to my council colleagues who sits in the committee as well. Much appreciated.
Thank you. May I have a motion to introduce the new business and business previously requested from the mayor and city officials, moved by Mayor Chow? Would you like to move that? Okay.
That the new business and business previously requested from the mayor and the city officials listed on the agenda of Council be presented for consideration.
Thank you. All those in favor of the motions, please raise your hands. Opposed, if any, carry. Thank you. Are there any declarations of interest at this time? Please indicate the item number and the nature of the interest. Remember that you must also file a written declaration of your interest with the city clerk. No? I will now call for petitions. Are there any petitions at this time? Members, I will now review the order paper. Once the order paper has been approved by council, any change will need a 2/3 vote. The city clerk has posted today's order paper online with agenda item RM 33.7, review of the order paper. If council adopts any amendments to the order paper, they will also be posted with this item. We have two deferred items before us today, items DM 33.1 and DM 33.2, deferred from the July meeting of City Council. The mayor has designated item IE 24.13, optimizing the automated speed enforcement program to stop speeding, as their first key matter and first item of business today. The mayor has designated item CC 33.1, expanding Toronto Community Crisis Response to the Toronto Transit Commission as the second key matter and first item of business tomorrow. The notice of motion run-through is scheduled for 2 p.m. tomorrow, only if the mayor's key matters are completed. Members, with the mayor's consent, I would propose that the mayor's first key matter be considered together with items IE 24.4 and MM 33.2, both relating to automated speed enforcement if council votes to waive referral on the member motion. Mayor Chow, do you consent to joining of these items?
Yes, I do.
Okay, thank you. So do we need to bring the members' motion or later? Yeah, okay. And then I'll ask the clerk to put the members' motion up on the screen. No? There it is on the screen. Okay. Yeah, this motion, okay. On favor of waiving referral? Carried. Okay, thank you. All right. Members, the city clerk has advised me that additional materials are not available for members' review in the clerk's meeting portal. Item EX 26.2, advancing affordable rental housing in Quayside Phase 1. The Executive Director of Housing Development Office and the Executive Director of Housing Secretariat have submitted a supplementary report on this item, EX 26.2A, with recommendation. The city clerk has noted the items that members wish to hold. I will now go through the items to take additional member holds, and I will review the order paper one section at a time. The clerk will open the speakers list in CMP, and you can place your name on the list. When I recognize you, state the item or items you wish to hold, and I will go through the agenda one section at a time. So, deferred items have been held. So we'll go to executive. Executive, Councillor Cheng.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to hold EX 26.3, please. Capital Variance Report.
Thank you. Deputy Mayor Malik.
Thank you. As you mentioned, there is a supplementary report on EX 26.2, and I'd just like to move forward that recommendation and accept the item.
Okay, so if we can display that motion, that's EX 26.2, advancing affordable rental housing. There it is on the screen.
Okay.
The amendment.
Yeah, it's amending it because of a supplementary.
Is everyone ready to vote on it? Okay, on the amendment, on favor, show of hands. Item is amended, on favor, show of hands, carried. All right, Councillor Carroll.
Yes, Madam Speaker, on EX 26.4, which is the operating variance for the first two quarters, I have a quick technical amendment of a quick technical amendment. It's basically what this is.
Does the staff have it?
Staff have it. It's ready. So
okay.
if
well, there it is on the screen.
The item, I can go ahead with it right now and adopt the item.
Yeah, it's on the screen.
Okay.
Okay.
There was just a typo in the quick technical amendment of the benefit schedule that was moved at executive. So we're correcting a mistake so that we don't accidentally double the I benefit for all employees beyond what was negotiated in their contract. Kind of an important typo.
Okay. On the amendment by Councillor Carroll, on favor, carried. Item is amended, on favor, carried. Thank you. Councillor Holliday.
Thank you, Speaker. I'd like to hold for questions. EX 26.5, which is the deferred revenue, obligatory reserve funds, reserves, and discretionary reserve funds as at June 30th, 2025.
Thank you. Civic appointments. No? Okay. Economic and Community Development Committee report. General Government Committee. No? Okay. Infrastructure and Environment Committee. Actually, the whole agenda's been held down. Okay, yeah, the whole agenda's been held by the chair. Planning and Housing, Planning and housing, looks like Councillor Perks has held almost the whole agenda as well. But do we have, oh. Yeah, the next page.
Yeah, there's some I didn't hold.
Okay.
And, Speaker, there are a couple I'd like to release. I've been checking with staff, and I think we're ready to release a few of them.
Okay, which ones?
PH 24.1, 85 Hannah, 109 Atlantic Avenue, OPA, decision report for approval in Ward 10.
So Councillor Perks is releasing PH 24.1. On favor? Carried. Okay.
PH 24.2, amendments to zoning bylaw 569-2013 relating to accessible and bike parking requirements for new developments, all wards.
Councillor Perks is releasing PH 24.2. On favor? Carried.
And finally, PH 24.4, 21 to 31 Windsor Street, 18 Buckingham Street, 60 Newcastle Street, 95 Portland Street, designation of a municipal shelter as a municipal capital facility, Ward 3.
Okay, so
Okay, Councillor Morley can hold it, sure.
Councillor
Or
Morley,
Deputy Mayor.
Councillor
Deputy
Morley,
Mayor.
you want to hold 24.4? Okay. Okay, thank you. Any more on planning and housing? No? Oh, Councillor Coe, I see your hand up. Okay.
Make sure PH 24.5, 2 College Street is held.
Yes, it is.
Okay, thank you.
Madam Speaker?
Hold on, Councillor Matlow.
Yeah, I'm just having trouble logging in, so I just want to confirm as well. TE 25.6, 135 St. Clair West.
24.6, that's been held.
Oh, I was proactive then. Thank you. Appreciate it.
It was actually Councillor Perks that held it. Okay, are there any further items on planning and housing that anybody wants to hold? No? Okay. Etobicoke York Community Council. North York Community Council. Oh, Councillor Morley.
Madam Chair, I'd like to hold EY 25.4, 564 to 580 Evans Avenue, zoning bylaw amendment, adding a hold provision.
Okay.
Thank you.
Any further holds on Etobicoke? Councillor Crisanti, put your name on this. Well, if you have a problem, maybe we can have somebody.
I've called for IT assistance. I'm not able to log in. So I apologize, but if you can give me a moment.
Okay, Councillor Crisanti.
So this may have been held. I don't have the ability to just check it on my laptop. So EC, I got to go back to EC 23.1.
You want to go back to economic development?
Yes, it may have been held. So EC 23.1 Toronto Fire.
No, it hasn't been held.
Can I hold that, please?
Yes.
All right, thank you.
EC 23.1 Toronto Fire Services 2024 Annual Report. North York Community Council. Councillor Fletcher, did you want to hold something down?
Yes, in Toronto, sorry.
Okay, we're in North York.
That's fine.
Anybody in North York? Okay, we do.
No, sorry, it's not there. I apologize.
Yeah, I know. Okay. So in North York. Okay, hold on, please. In North York, we have 3 that are here without 2 without recommendation. So NY 26.6, which is 4949 Bathurst Street. Councillor Cheng, you want to hold it? Okay, just a sec. Yes?
I'd like to hold 26.6, 4949 Bathurst, 26.7, 40 to 48 Hendon, and 26.8 Bayview. Yeah, that's it. Thank you.
Okay. Scarborough. Scarborough Community Council? Okay. Oh, Councillor Holiday, Scarborough?
Yes, Speaker. May I just have a recorded vote on SC 25.9, which is Milner Avenue and Executive Court / Mid-Dominion Acres pedestrian crossing protection.
Okay, so Councillor Holiday is asking for recorded vote on SC 25.9 Milner Avenue and Executive Court Mid-Dominion Acres. Recorded vote.
I have a second item once this is done.
Okay. Recorded vote on that item.
Mayor Chow, your vote, please.
Councillor Crisanti, we'll have your vote verbally, please. Councillor Crisanti, can we have your vote verbally, please? Affirmative, thank you.
The item is adopted. The vote is 22-1.
Speaker, it's, I guess it's about order. So I've held two items, SC 25.31, which is Kingston Road Community Safety Zone, and one in the following section, which is TE 25.65, establishing a community safety zone on Dover Court Road. I don't need to go a lot into these items, but I would propose to you, Speaker, because the interest is related to ASE, if you would be willing and if the mayor would consent, I'm happy to have those considered as part of the ASE discussion and just deal with them efficiently. I don't need to hold the items and ask questions on them.
Okay, so what you're asking is under Scarborough, 2531 Kingston Road Community Safety Zone.
Yes.
And then as well is under Toronto, East York, T 2565 Community Safety Zone on Dover Court.
Right.
And so you would like to have that dealt with when we deal with the speed cameras?
Yep, I think that would be efficient. Quite happy to propose that.
Mayor Chow, do you agree?
When is this one? Sorry.
So Councillor Holiday is suggesting in Scarborough, there's an item for community safety zones. And then Toronto and East York, also community safety zone. So he's recommending, he held those two items down. He's recommending that we can deal with these two items when we deal with your key item. You're okay? On favor? Yes, thank you. All right. Toronto and East York. Councillor Perks.
1 second, I'm scrolling. Yes, I would like to release TE 25.3, 1304 to 1318 King Street West, and 143, 143A, and 145 Cowan Avenue, rental housing demolition application decision report in Ward 4.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Perks is releasing TE 25.3 on favor. Opposed, if any, carried. Thank you. Any further items on Toronto and East York? Okay, we'll go to new business. Councillor Perks.
Sorry, my name's up for the previous
Okay,
list.
just a sec. No, okay, that was from Councillor Fletcher.
Yes, Speaker, I just want to hold CC 33.2, follow-up from implementation of Canadian Union of Public Employees 79 collective agreement. Thank you.
CC 33.2?
Yep.
Okay. Any more? We'll go to second page. Okay, any other items under new business? Councillor Cheng.
I'd like to hold CC 33.16, 202 Shepherd Avenue West, please.
Thank you. Councillor Holliday.
Thank you, Speaker. I would like to hold CC 33.14, which is 4158 to 4180 Kingston Road, and 8 to 12 Overture Road, Ontario Land Tribunal hearing, request for directions, and also let you know that I will likely need to go in camera to ask questions, as my question pertains to the confidential attachment.
Is this on this item you want to go on camera?
Correct.
Okay. We'll make a note of that. Thank you. Councillor Candeval.
Madam Speaker, I'd like to hold CC 33.7, 1552 to 1572 Kingston Road, Ontario Land Tribunal hearing, request for directions.
Thank you. Okay. Are there any further holds? Okay. I will now consider request to make items urgent and time specific. The clerk will open the speakers list and CMP, and you can place your name on the list. Oh, Councillor, I thought this was going to be the first. Councillor Fletcher.
No, Speaker, I would just like to deal with NC 22.2, appointment of public members and tenant directors to the Toronto Seniors Housing Corporation Board of Directors tomorrow afternoon, or tomorrow if we finish early in the morning. So either first thing in the morning or after.
The mayor's key matter is first thing in the morning.
So after the mayor's
after the mayor's key item.
Yes,
okay.
Thank you.
On favor? Carried. Members, before we adopt the order paper, we will conduct recorded votes on, well, we don't have any conflicts, okay? All right, all those in favor of adopting the balance of the order paper as amended and all items not held, please raise your hands. On favor, opposed if any, carried. Thank you. Members, I want to remind you that regardless of whether you are attending today's meeting by video conference or in person, you will continue to submit and approve your motions in advance. The clerk staff are available to assist you with the motions. If you do not have your motion ready, I will not recognize you. I'm also reminding members that you must state your motion first before you speak to it. Members, if you have an urgent motion without notice you wish to bring forward at this meeting, and your seconder must submit it by email to the clerk staff. Your motion must clearly state the reason for urgency. Staff will prepare the necessary procedure motion for my review along with your motion. I will review all motions without notice carefully. I may ask you to provide more information about the urgency of your motion and why it can't be routed through normal committee. This will inform my decision on whether to consent to your motion, and in turn, council's decision about whether to add your motion to the agenda. The purpose of your motion and your reason for urgency must be clear. I will advise council after each recess which motions I have agreed are urgent and that need a motion to add to the agenda. We require 18 votes to add a motion without notice to the agenda during the meeting. Motions added to the agenda in this way are not subject to a vote to waive referral. Okay, members, I apologize for this, but there was a CC item that I wanted to hold down and I missed it. And that's CC 33.13, which is McCormick Street. So can I have a motion to reopen that item? Oh, open the order paper. All in favor? Carried. So I will hold CC 33.13. I apologize for that. I was just looking at all the names on the screen and I forgot that I had. Pardon? Okay, so I have a motion to adopt the order paper as amended. On favor, carry. So we will now go to the mayor's key item, which is EX 24.13. I'm sorry, IE 24.13 and IE 24.4, MM 33.2, SC 25.31, TE 2565. We're dealing with all those items at the same time. All right. So we'll give an opportunity for members to pull all those items out. All right. Do we have any questions on all those items? We're talking about the speed cameras, everyone. Everyone held the items down. So if you have any questions, please put your name on the list. Councillor Chernis Lynn, go ahead.
Thank you. I wonder if staff could speak to whether we have information on the highest speeds ever recorded.
Through the speaker to the councillor, over half of our camera locations this year have issued tickets for greater than 100 kilometers per hour over the limit, with the highest speed detected at 187 kilometers per hour in a 50 kilometer per hour zone at Midland southbound near Montgomery. And that was on January 2025 at 10 p.m. In Ward 22. Most cameras are located in areas with speed limits that are about 30, 40, or 50 kilometers per hour. So we are seeing some high speeders, and the highest one was 187 in a 50.
That's shocking. Okay, and do we have information on the average speed, average ticketed speed by ASE in Toronto? What
average ticketed speed?
Like, in terms of the recorded speeds we've had, do we have information on what the average overage is that we get on ASE?
You better answer that.
So we do, but it would be based on each individual camera. So because we'd look at it from which camera, which speed limit that camera is located in. So if it's a 30, the average speed would be lower than if it's in a 40. Obviously that average speed would be a little bit higher because of the speed limit in that area.
Okay, I see. Would it be possible to get information around that if we were to request it from staff?
Yes.
Okay. And have we ever issued a ticket for 1 kilometer over the speed limit or for 2 kilometers?
We have not.
You've not. Okay. It just seems like there's been a lot of questions around that from the media.
There has been a lot of questions about that, and I think I just want to say up front that it's we see this as a pretty significant safety issue. We have worked very diligently at the beginning and throughout the program, province-wide, to set that threshold. And the reason why we don't reveal that threshold is because, as you can imagine, people would then think they could travel at that speed, which we know speed is the challenge, and why when we have high incidences of people getting killed and seriously injured, it's because the speeds are higher. So we feel very strongly that the thresholds are developed appropriately with the right oversight, and they continue to make the program successful in helping to prevent serious injuries and fatalities from speeding.
Thank you, and it probably seems like if we ask the police the same thing, they don't tell us what they ticket at.
Correct.
And could transportation share a briefing note with all councillors with key statistics and more information on the efficacy of the ASC program? I feel like this could help inform our advocacy to the province and also help us explain it to constituents.
So through the Speaker, we're happy to do that. We have a lot of reports that we've done to Council on automated speed enforcement, and so we're happy to refresh that information and add more. I know there's been a lot of interest in the efficacy of traffic calming and how that program has rolled out in the city, so we can add that in as well if you'd like.
Okay, thank you. And finally, you know, we certainly know that, well, and I'll ask you maybe to expand on this a little bit, but there's been a little bit of misinformation, it feels like, shared around the issue of ASEs. And I wonder if you could just speak really clearly about whether we know if reducing vehicle speeds actually saves lives. And do we know, like, how do we know that ASE is an effective tool to reduce vehicle speeds?
Thank you, Councillor. Through the Speaker. So we have, as part of our Vision Zero program, developed a comprehensive speed management system. And that's because we know, not only from our own experiences, but worldwide, that speed has, and I believe it was Michael Longfield from Cycle Toronto who quoted it at committee, said it was a quadratic impact on the amount of injuries and fatalities and the severity of those. So if you get hit at a lower speed, you are much less likely to sustain a serious injury or fatality. And so we have a range of tools as part of Vision Zero that aim at reducing speed. And one of the reasons why we have automated enforcement cameras and why the staff has worked diligently with this council and the previous council to put them in place is because we know that those tools are very relevant and important, the rest of the tools in the toolkit, but they are not as effective as the combined enforcement component that comes with automated speed enforcement. And that's why Sick Kids has done a couple of studies to look at the efficacy. Not only, I believe it's a 45% reduction that they've seen, not just once, but twice. They've done 2 assessments of this, of our program, and found it to be quite effective. And not just at the location, but a halo effect as well. So that's why we feel very strongly that automated enforcement is a critical piece of speed management. It's a critical piece of Vision Zero. And our concern is without it, we will start to see those numbers that we've worked so hard to keep Torontonians safe will start to go back up again.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Councillor Matlow.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Barbara, you just cited the TMU Sick Kids studies that have demonstrated that the speed cameras are an effective tool that we have in the Vision Zero toolbox. The Premier has suggested that as an alternative to using these cameras, that we should be considering things like speed humps and other measures. Do we not already do that in many cases?
Yeah, through the Speaker, to the Councillor, we absolutely do. We have a very robust traffic calming, speed management program, as I mentioned. So there's a number of pieces of that. We reduced speed limits on many roads citywide. We have traffic calming in terms of speed humps. Speed humps, as you know, are really appropriate for local roads in some cases. They are not something that we use in locations where we have transit or fire, et cetera. So they're really very place specific. We do geometric changes to the roadway that help to slow speeds. In some cases, in some areas of the city, people don't like that when we tighten up the curbs so that people don't take those corners quickly. We have in-road flexible speed signs, which we've introduced that have had an effect as well. So we have a pretty robust toolkit that we have been deploying for the last decade.
So it's not about either or, it's about having a toolbox with a number of different tools for site-specific needs.
It's a both and.
You got it. Regarding that, you just cited, like, we have speed cameras, for example, on streets like Avenue Road and Mount Pleasant. Would those streets be appropriate for large speed humps?
I would say no. Speed humps do have a great role to play in reducing traffic infiltration and lowering speeds on local roads. They also have an impact on emergency response vehicles, on transit. And we would not put them on speeds with a higher speed limit because they would have an undue effect.
So again, the Premier's suggestion that you can just replace a speed camera with these types of tools, it doesn't really make sense to use them in every scenario everywhere.
Certainly not on arterial roads.
Speaking of the threshold, I hear your argument regarding advertising the threshold that we have, that we are not going after people who are trying to obey the law. We're going after people who are excessively speeding. But would it be preferable to, given that the Premier is gaslighting the public into believing that this is only a cash grab and that we are going after people going slightly over the speed limit, would it be better to let people know that we are reasonable and we are only going after people who are trying to obey the law, or perhaps losing the program altogether? Because we are up against, perhaps next month, losing speed cameras in every municipality in Ontario.
Well, Councillor, I would find it hard to believe that given all the evidence that we've provided on the efficacy of speed cameras, that one number would be the issue. We have worked very diligently with not just our own police program, but also the Ontario Chiefs of Police to set a threshold that we believe is fair and addresses the impacts of speeding. And that if people are driving the speed limit, which is a posted speed limit that is very clear for people to understand what it is, they will never get a ticket.
Are you aware that the Toronto Star reported and confirmed that we do not find people going above the speed limit by 10 kilometers?
Say that again, please?
Are you aware that the Toronto Star recently reported that our speed cameras are not the reason for people getting fines if they're driving within 10 kilometers over the posted speed limit?
Well, I've been out of town for a couple days, so I haven't seen that one.
You missed the story?
I did. Oh, well. But I do know that a number of weeks ago, there were articles in other, maybe it might have been in the Star, but also in other news media from other jurisdictions in the province that have talked about this issue. So
it's a similar like 11 threshold, like you're not going to be fined within, if you're going over 10 kilometers over the speed limit, you're not going to get fined.
Sounds like you've read the paper, Councillor.
Very, very delicate answer. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Bravo, questions?
Thank you, Speaker. My first question is going to be about the so-called cash grab. What does this program in the City of Toronto collect in terms of costs, minus, in terms of fines, minus what it costs to actually run the program? And where does the money go?
To the Speaker, so the expectation is specific to red light camera revenue. Revenue generated to the end of the year, assuming we had full operations, would be about $65 million. If you add the additional estimated $11 million in victim fine surcharge, it would take it to about $75 million in total. In terms of the allocations themselves, 24% of that is actually remitted back to the province. That would be the $11 million accounted for as part of the victim fine surcharge, as well as per infraction, there's an $8.25, essentially a license plate search that is remitted back to the province. In terms of cost, the total cost of both red light camera and ASE is around $41 million. It's very difficult to break the two out, but based on a high level assumption, you could see about 35% of those revenues going to our administrative costs to be able to support the operations. And then what would be left would be about 40% of that total revenue. That's leveraged to be reinvested in road safety initiatives. There's direct funding to the police for 18 officers, crossing guard program, and other infrastructure initiatives.
Okay, so cash is going to the province, cash is going to run the programs that keep people safe, and the rest is going to other programs that are beyond the ASE and red lights. Great, thank you. The second question has to do with where they're located. The General Manager of Transportation Services. Right now, for example, there's a program on Dufferin Street in front of Dufferin Mall where a young woman, Alexandra Amaro, was killed on her bike. Number one, would that have been a factor, her death? And number two, would a speed bump where on Dufferin have contributed to saving her life, in consideration that we're seeing better outcomes on Dufferin Street now?
Through the speaker, I do remember when we added that camera after that tragic incident with the cyclist. We did, I believe, add a community safety zone at that time, and I don't believe Dufferin Street being a critical corridor for high-capacity transit would not be a place that we would consider putting speed humps.
Yeah, and you'd have to do them every few blocks in any case, because it's a long corridor.
Yeah, and I think it's, I mean, I don't know if you've ever been on a large vehicle like a bus that's gone over a.
I am.
Yeah, okay.
Every day.
So
Yeah.
there it is, that's
Yeah,
not very comfortable.
I don't think that would work. In terms of the idea that you can just turn them off at night, or issue a warning first, can you comment on that? And also, are there any people walking around at night, or do we have people struck when they're during the nighttime in the city of Toronto?
Absolutely, we do. And often we have a lot of high speeders at that time because there's, of course, fewer cars on the road. There are definitely fewer people who are walking around at night, but there are, and especially, I remember when we did the King Street Transit Way proposal many years ago, there were as much volume of pedestrians and transit riders on King West at 2 in the morning as there were at the peak hour. So I don't know that that's changed, but there are certain locations in the city where there's a lot of nightlife, where there's a lot of people walking around late at night.
Sure, and there are workers that are coming home after
Sure,
their shift.
absolutely.
Absolutely. So where did this program come from? Who studied it and who actually enabled its use?
The Automated Speed Enforcement Program
Yes.
has been used in many jurisdictions throughout the world.
But who authorized it in this province?
This council.
This council, and was that with the?
It was under the previous mayor, but it was
Yeah,
this,
but
the council did.
was it studied and supported by the provincial government?
Yes, in fact, it is only, the provincial government is sets the authority for us to be able to implement automated enforcement, red light cameras.
So right now, we have a
cameras.
provincial government railing against a policy that it studied and brought in because of people being killed and injured on our streets. Interesting. There's finally the question about behavior and culture. So the idea that sometimes it's okay to go as fast as you want, why don't we just do that anyway? Why don't we just have overnight, there's no speed limit? Why stop at a city street? Why not do it on the highways? Why do we need to have limits on how people operate a vehicle?
Again, Councillor, I think the most important thing for us in Toronto as a Vision Zero city is to try to really reduce or eliminate the number of people who are getting killed and seriously injured through road violence.
And that's the only reason we do it, and it's because we know it works.
That is correct.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Myers.
Thank you, Speaker. Without going into anything confidential, could you just describe the relationship between the private contractor that actually operates the speed cameras and the City of Toronto? Like, isn't it like someone who actually sets it up and all that?
So through the speaker, we have a contractual relationship with the vendor. They've been in place since 2020. They are paid a set rate by the camera. They're not in any way incentivized by the number of tickets that are issued. It's a flat rate, and they are paid to locate the cameras where we ask them to be placed and to bring us the data so that we can process those. All the processing is done by city staff, not by vendor staff.
And just, again, without going into anything confidential, would there be any liability if the contract were to suddenly end on the part of the city?
So at this point, we would have to wait and see what any potential legislation or regulation changes look like before we could sort of answer that question. There could be factors that allow certain options for us to either look at that contract. I wouldn't want to speak about what may or may not be in the legislation at this point until we've seen it.
Okay, and the final question, does the contract contain provisions that would potentially penalize the city for ending the contract early?
Again, that would depend on the nature of the enabling legislation. So we would have to look at the legislation and what may or may not come from the province, and then we would have to evaluate that at that time with our partners at Legal Services.
Thank you. And then the suggestion has been made that there can be other speed mitigation efforts if the cameras are removed. How would that work on certain streets that operate TTC vehicles? Because I know, for instance, you can't put, or generally the policy is not to put speed humps on roads that have buses.
So speed humps are only one, through the speaker, only one traffic calming tool. One of the ways that you can help to slow speeds is by narrowing lanes or by repurposing lanes for other mobility options, such as we have in many places, or a number of places in Scarborough, where we have dedicated transit lanes, where we have new lane width guidelines that we've actually had in place for a little bit of time now, where we narrow the lanes, which encourage people to travel more slowly. And we do have speed mitigation tools that we can apply to major roads like arterial roads, but speed humps are not one of those tools.
And based on what the province has said, who would be responsible for paying for those road changes?
Again, as Mike said, we haven't seen any legislation, so we really couldn't comment on what the particulars would be until we see it and have an opportunity to evaluate it.
Thank you. And just based on the research, is there anything that contradicts what has been shown from the research from, I think it was Sick Kids, that reducing speed, I think, reduces the rate of serious injury amongst children by 45%? I thought that was a statistic.
You got that correct.
Is there anything that contradicts that? Is there any other study? Is this just an outlier?
Not to my knowledge, and certainly the value of the Sick Kids study, in addition to it being very rigorous, is that they've actually done that assessment 2 times since the program has started, and they've come up with almost the same results.
So what's the speed that a car would be traveling in order to not cause serious injury if it were to hit a child? Do we know that?
Well, yes, I'm going to be criticized for not using kilometers per hour, but the numbers in my head in miles per hour, so I think it's 40 kilometers per hour, right? It's 35 and under is when the risks start to decrease. And as Michael Longfield said at committee, it's quadratic. So as the speed reduce, or as the speeds increase, the number of people, the amount of severity of that injury increases 4 times.
So the closer we can keep drivers on roads designated as 40 kilometers per hour, the closer we can keep those drivers to that speed limit, the more we're able to reduce the rate of potential fatality if they were to hit a child.
Correct. That's an underpinning of our entire speed management strategy. It's why we've lowered posted speed limits, because posted speed limits on roads are in fact the speed which people should be traveling at or below.
And that's why we put the speed cameras in the community safety zones, particularly around schools, and we have the 30 kilometer per hour speed limit, because we want those cars to be even going slower, just because there's a disproportionate number of children in those areas, correct?
Correct, and it's called the Safer School Zones Act is what the province did.
That's the provincial act, it's called, yeah.
Safer
Okay.
School Zones.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Councillor Burnside?
Yeah, thank you. Through you, I just want to clarify from one of the last questions about the placement of cameras in community safety zones. We don't put them there because that's the only place we want them. It's the only place we're allowed to put them, correct?
That's correct.
Okay.
And there were some legacy community safety zones, Councillor, from a while ago,
Right.
that were before the Safer School
Understood,
Zones Act.
but
Okay.
it's because
Yep.
the province said you can only put them there.
Correct.
Okay. In terms of, legacy, thanks, Councillor Perks. In terms of the number of serious injuries or deaths caused by speed, how many were there last year caused by speed? Okay, we can come back to that.
Okay.
And how many were in community safety zones? How many community safety zones do we have?
I believe around 800.
800. And how many cameras do we have?
150.
Okay. How many in those community safety zones, given that there are 2 directions of travel normally, say about 1,600 directions of travel, how many of those community safety zones are actually suitable for cameras?
I mean, I think the placement of cameras is something that we can only do in a community safety zone, but when we are looking at the rotation of cameras, we will go out and assess that zone. We have to find a spot that's suitable to
And
put
not
the
all,
camera.
my point is not all
Yep.
spots. Okay.
Correct.
So how many red light cameras do we have?
I think 350. Sad that I know that number off the top of my head.
And then I'd love to know how many people were seriously injured or killed at intersections as a result of going through red lights.
We have that.
We can come back to that. More importantly, I was thinking of, my contention is the cameras themselves aren't the problem. It's some of the speed limits on some of the roadways that are the problem. So for instance, how did we decide to make Mount Pleasant Road, south of St. Clair, south of Summerhill in particular, that used to be a 60-kilometer-per-hour zone, where there are no homes, no businesses, no driveways. How did we end up putting that as a 40-kilometer-per-hour zone?
Well, I think that one was probably modified, Councillor, when we did that comprehensive speed management strategy. And again, the reason why we did that strategy in lowering speed limits citywide is because we wanted to ensure that people understood the speed at which traveling on those roads would reduce the incidence of severe injury and fatalities of people should they get hit. I think well, I don't know what I don't want to speak for you.
Oh, you can, because you know where I'm going. That's okay.
The issues around the geometric design of the roadway and how fast people travel is also a very important component of a speed management strategy. And so in some cases, there have probably been speed limits that have been lowered to address speed and fatalities where the corresponding road geometry does not necessarily
okay, so you got me to my next question then.
Yeah.
Avenue Road, south of St. Clair, 6 lanes, 3 in each direction. How do you get to 40 kilometers there?
I mean, I think
straight. Oh, by the way, it's beautifully straight.
Well, Councillor, the posted speed limit again is the limit at which you should travel if you want to ensure that you are not going to unduly impact somebody if they should get hit. And so certainly you could travel faster on many streets in the city, but in a city where Vision Zero is a high priority for us, we set those speed limits in order to encourage the appropriate behavior.
Sure, but then you could put 40 kilometers on every street.
Well, we did an assessment of every street in the city, and we did not actually reduce the speed limits on every street in the city.
No, I know. So I'm still trying to understand about Avenue Road. My concern is that, you know, if someone's going 60 or 70, ripping through your neighborhood at 60 or 70, your residential neighborhood, I think everyone, even the Premier, will agree they should get a ticket. Fair? Right? But if they're going 50 or 51 or whatever that threshold is on Avenue Road used to be a 50 zone. And when I was a cop, I used to actually not stop anyone until they're doing 75. Maybe that was a little high, but that was my basement. But my point is, if you're now getting a ticket for doing 50 or 51 on a road that used to be 40, that's what infuriates people. Would it not be a good idea, so here's my question.
Yeah.
Would it not be a good idea to actually review all the speed limits where we have community safety zones, right-size the speed limit, and then issue tickets, so make the speed limit reasonable. Not saying that they all are unreasonable, but I've given you 2 examples where I think they are. Right-size the speed limit, and then give people tickets for unreasonable speeds. Going 50 or 51 on Avenue Road that's 6 lanes wide seems to be something that would get under people's craws.
So certainly, Councillor, those are always things that we could review. I would say that the reason there's a community safety zone in that location and therefore a camera is because there's schools in that location. And so even though it's a 6-lane road, I mean, Avenue Road is one of the locations where we were, even before we had the program, we were asked repeatedly to put speed cameras in that location because there are many schools in the area and there was a significant concern from the local councillors about speeding and impacts to school children. So,
Thank you. Mayor Chow.
Question to the city solicitor. There's a motion here to talk about when you would receive a ticket. So, for example, if the speed limit is 40, the motion is to ask you to publicly declare at whether you get 45, you're going to get a ticket, or 46. Can you answer the question of whether you're able to do so if council make this request?
For you, Madam Speaker, well, council cannot direct staff to disclose that information because that would be akin to directing enforcement. It could request, however, it would be very difficult for a public servant to comply with that request because publishing that information would be tantamount to raising the speed limit. And Vision Zero is a goal of City Council, and one of the purposes of Vision Zero is to slow drivers down rather than to speed them up.
Legally, you're not able to do so? If the speed limit is 40, legally you cannot, or technically you cannot say, well, we won't give you a ticket if you are at 45.
The speed limit is 40. The speed limit would always remain 40, yes.
Okay, so if you announce that we won't give you a ticket at 45, then you are arbitrarily changing the speed limit to 45.
Indirectly, yes. It would be very unwise.
So if City Council tell you that when would they receive a ticket, you can't say it's 46 or 51, because then we've just changed the speed limit from 40 to 51. Am I correct in doing that? When you say that?
Publishing that kind of information would not be changing the speed limit. The speed limit would remain the speed limit. I agree.
Okay, so
and
you will not. So it doesn't matter whether we ask, I ask, anybody ask. This city team, with your advice, will not provide that information. Am I correct?
I would strongly recommend against disclosing that information, yes.
Thank you.
Cute.
Councillor Carroll.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I think my questions are for the city solicitor, because there's been a lot of dialogue, and it's sort of laced throughout the motion, the report, even the AI a bit, and certainly in the community. And it's the question around how does the officer who reviews the footage decide what is the magic number at which he's going to start to issue tickets? What are the legal ramifications of us trying to tell the officers what should be the magic kilometerage at which they should start issuing tickets?
So this really, without getting too technical, this really goes back to the rule of law, which is a foundation of our legal system, which requires there to be a separation between the enforcement staff and the exercise of their independent discretion.
Sorry, Madam Speaker, I'm really having trouble hearing that. Sorry, guys, the solicitor's voice.
Councillor Moyes, please.
I can't hear her answer.
Which requires that there be a separation between enforcement staff and the exercise of their independent discretion and the legislative body, which is City Council.
And the legislation in question here is the Community Safety and Policing Act, quite apart from the Municipal Act.
If we're talking about police,
right,
yes, rather than municipal enforcement, then yes. To be very clear, City Council does not have the authority to direct police in their enforcement activities.
And speed is one of those things. Speed is something we leave to police to enforce, whether they do it in an automated way or by stopping someone on the street. Am I right about that?
Well, police officers on the street would enforce. The automated speed cameras are a separate operation.
Right. But it is still the enforcement of a law, which is the speed limit, which is a law that they enforce. And so if we were to say, we would like you to say, you can do this when they're 10 over, or 14 over, or 6 over, we don't actually have that ability.
That is correct.
Okay. And then I think I do have one for staff, because I know that staff did look at the data. I don't have the officers here, but they reserve the right, do they not? And when we look at our data, what we find is that they don't have one magic number. It depends on the camera and the street and the jurisdiction and the volume, but they don't have a magic number. They use some discretion in deciding to issue tickets. Am I right about that?
So through the speaker, because we have so many officers, we need to make sure that it's being done in a consistent and fair manner. So we make sure that it's done that way so that one officer is not doing it one way and another one's doing it a different way. So we make sure there's consistency in how they approach the enforcement activity.
Right, there's consistency and there's fairness, but you don't actually have the jurisdiction unless you are a sworn officer to say, it's this number over the speed limit, everywhere, forever, and amen. Similar to an officer pulling you over. We can't tell him at what number on his speed gun he's allowed to issue the ticket, other than the speed limit itself. That's the law we set. Am I right about that?
So that, through the speaker, again, that is correct. But
Right.
again, we try to make sure that it's done consistently and fairly, and there's not, a lot of discretion between, Officer A and Officer B.
Between officers, yes.
Correct.
But when you say consistent and fair, the fair leaves the room for them to have the final jurisdiction governed under the CSPA to enact the law as they see fit, having reviewed the same data you're reviewing and the facts of the case.
Correct. And then, Councillor, the other thing that's important is setting the baseline of a community safety zone being the only place where those tickets can be issued also provides some consistency, because that implies
Exactly.
that the surrounding area has a significant amount of vulnerable users and other characteristics as well.
Thank you. Thank you. Those are my questions. Thanks, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Councillor Cheng.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Through the chair, has anyone analyzed the cost and feasibility of the speed mitigation measures suggested by our Premier to replace all of our automatic speed cameras?
Sorry, Councillor, we're looking for information here.
So through the speaker, we don't yet know exactly what the Premier is suggesting. Again, he's kind of hinted at this, but we don't know. What I can say is that, we do spend a lot on a number of measures. We have our school safety zone program, which has flashing beacons, watch your speed signs, our geometric safety improvements, our traffic calming that we've already talked about. Like in 2025, we spent $29 million on speed management activities that are not related to automated speed enforcement. So we do a lot of work already on those measures.
Are flashing lights as effective as the cameras?
I guess what I would say to that is we had flashing lights before we had automated speed enforcement, and through the introduction of automated speed enforcement, we've seen this much more significant safety improvement.
What would be the cost to break contract with our service provider for the cameras if we have to prematurely break the agreement that we have?
So again, through the speaker, until we see the legislation and what the timelines are, how they're asking us to potentially wind down the program, we're not able to answer that question yet.
Have there been any consideration of variable speed limits? I think some people feel frustrated if at 2 a.m. they have to drive at 30 kilometers an hour. They may feel, well, there's no one here and it's very hard to drive at that speed. Is it possible that we could have some variated speed limits? So during off-peak hours, it could be 40, and during the school times, it could be 30. Is that something we've looked at in order for our speed enforcement to be more accepted by our community?
We could certainly look at that. It can become challenging, especially when you get right to those shoulder timelines and someone's now going to say, well, it was like 11:59 and I got a ticket at 12, so we can certainly look at that.
And has the city explored graduated penalties where perhaps the first ticket is a warning and then the second and the third would increase in the amount that is fined?
So through the speaker, when we first introduced the program, we did do warnings. We found again that we didn't see the same speed reduction. We could consider a first time or limiting the number of tickets before the first ticket. So you get a first ticket and then perhaps there's a bit of a delay to make sure people receive it. Those kinds of things we could consider.
Are we then now tasked with putting together a palatable pitch to our premier to say, we really value this program and here are some things that we are interested in implementing in order to help the community be more accepting of these cameras? Is that something that we're working towards?
Through the Speaker, I believe the Mayor has provided through her letter some points that we would be responding to.
And in your opinion, is Toronto's ASC program a successful implementation?
Yes, it is.
Thank you. Those are all my questions.
Councillor Crisanti.
Yeah, thank you, Speaker. To staff, earlier I heard that there's 800 community safety zones and 150 cameras actively working in these zones right now.
Thank you, Councillor. I think that I had some updated information that implied that the number was higher than that. I believe that it's about 1,000 or about 1,100 locations. So there's definitely more community safety zones than we have cameras. We have 150 cameras. I believe 125 or 26 of those cameras are mobile. So we move them every 90 days to different locations that still are community safety zones. So it's valuable for us to have more safety zones than we do have cameras.
So since the safety zone locations are increasing, so what defines a safety zone? And why are we having numerous, well, a couple of hundred more in this case, maybe 300 more safety zones than what you indicated earlier?
So again, this is called the Safer School Zone Act, and when we established the community safety zones at the beginning of the program, we identified locations proximate to schools and drew those lines on the map related to the distance and proximity to those schools. And then we've since added, the council has directed us to add some other component pieces about where we have higher than average numbers of seniors, and some community center locations. So we've added some that are not necessarily in school zones. We've broadened that definition just a bit.
So what would define a safety zone then would include an area that has not only schools, but also seniors' residence, childcare would be included in that definition?
If the local councillor asked us to look at a community safety zone and there were locations that maybe were near schools but were closer to places where there were senior residents, et cetera, then we would consider that, and we've put safety zones in those locations even if there haven't been schools. Okay. 95% of the community safety zones established in the city are in school zones.
So there's a few things I want to talk about, but let's talk about other speed mitigation tools and speed humps versus speed bumps. So I think years ago there used to be speed bumps. Speed humps is a newer technology. Can you respond to the difference between a bump and a hump? And what is the newest technology in humps?
Sure thing. So speed bumps are often the things you would find in a parking lot. They're actually quite significantly domed, and so they really are, you really have to stop before you go over them. Speed humps are more gradual. They were designed over time, used in North America and other locations because they can be a little bit easier on oversized vehicles like fire trucks, etc., especially around emergency services. So speed humps are what you're going to see on local roads in Toronto.
All right, and the latest speed hump technology is a softer hump. Does the job of slowing down traffic, slowing down speeds. However, how is the emergency services responding to the humps? Because, of course, the bumps is, we know what they do to trucks and ambulances and so on. Are the emergency services more comfortable with the humps as they are currently defined and used on the streets?
I wouldn't want to speak for them, but my observation from this jurisdiction and others is that they prefer not at all to have humps or bumps on the street.
Because it tends to slow them down to some degree.
It does indeed.
Okay. Just quickly, I'm running out of time. The process for receiving a ticket. So you get a speeding ticket. What happens after that? What is the timeline from the point that you're caught? Let's call it speeding because the threshold has been well indicated. It's likely a little too low compared to other municipalities. So how long does it take for that ticket to be processed? And what are we doing? I'll throw in the postal strike in that as well. What are we doing during this postal strike to get those tickets out?
So through the speaker, to your first question, the province allows 23 days for us to mail out the ticket. Typically, we are much faster than that, and on average, our tickets go out within 10 days of the ticket of the offense occurring. And so then, the processing time by Canada Post. At this point, with the Canada Post strike, we are not able to mail out the tickets, so we are not issuing tickets at this moment.
So it takes a while before they actually receive a ticket. You can't issue tickets now, so it's not doing a very good job of changing behavior at the current time, because it may take several months for anyone to receive a ticket or to even know that they were speeding in that area.
Yeah, I mean, again, this is a fairly unique scenario. I mean, we have, investigated whether we could look at a courier service. Unfortunately, because everyone's looking for courier services, that's very, very challenging. But we would not be holding them for months and months, so we're not going to stockpile them. Again, the legislation requires they have to go out within 23 days. So after 23 days, they will expire and they will not be issued.
Thank you.
Councillor Sachs.
Thank you. How many speed tickets can an automated speed enforcement camera issue in an hour?
Through the speaker, again, it's really more about the officer who's processing those. And so it's not about the camera. The camera can collect every time a car goes by. It's how many officers we have that can review those. They have to review them, certify that the evidence meets the the threshold threshold of evidence, not speed threshold, and then processes. So that process does take some time for them to go through, print the ticket, mail it, and so forth.
My point was, in terms of comparing efficiency, we hear a lot of desire from the public for us to be efficient with our use of resources. Comparing having an officer sitting by the side of the road with a radar gun versus an ASE with its officers, which one is more efficient and effective in enforcing the speed limit?
So, I mean, the camera obviously would be able to detect, more vehicles at the same time as an officer at the side of the road. Again, I would say that our goal is not to issue tickets. Our goal is to slow people down. But, a camera can capture more people driving by than an officer who's got one speeder and then, maybe 3 or 4 more go by.
Right. So a second issue that we often hear about is complaints or accusations that when a police officer is manually pulling people over, that there's some racial discrimination, some lack of objectivity. Some people are picked on. Does a camera, an automated speed enforcement, does the likelihood of getting a ticket vary with the race or any other characteristic of the driver?
So through the speaker, no. I mean, we just see a vehicle and a license plate. We don't see the occupant of the vehicle at the time of the infraction.
Right. So with the camera system, we can be certain there's no racial discrimination in enforcement, correct?
Correct.
Okay. What will it cost the city? We know that safety is important, lives are important. To keep the same level of speed enforcement in this city without speed cameras, how much more will we have to spend on police, taking into account that a police officer only works certain hours, the number of shifts, the number of tickets that can be issued at a time? To have the same level of speed enforcement to save lives, how much will our taxes have to go up?
To the speaker, while I can't speak to the amount of additional officers we would have to hire specific to road safety initiatives, I do know we're under police hiring strategy as we speak, which is intended on bringing additional officers in over the next series of years, which were dedicated to ensuring that there's officers able to respond to priority calls, reduce response times.
But that's not my question, Mr. Conforti. My question is, without degrading other services, like our terrible response time to 911, how much would we have to increase taxes to keep the same level of speed enforcement without cameras? Do you need time to work on that answer?
To the speaker, we would need to determine the amount of officers that would have to be added.
Right,
To figure that out.
and translate that into money. How, so do you need some time to answer that question? I see a yes.
So,
All right.
to the speaker, I would not only need, I would need time, and it would need to be in consultation with the police services in terms of the officers that they would add for the.
All right, well, I'm going to ask that question by motion. Thank you.
Councillor Candavel.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I want to thank staff for their support in one of the items before, which was my motion from Scarborough Community Council. I want to start with, there's a misinformation out there that this is coming from municipalities as opposed to the framework being provided by the provincial government. Can staff quickly outline the provincial regulatory framework that provides us the ability to have ASC?
So through the speaker, the legislation was introduced by the province, and that enabled us to do ASC, and then the province then set forth regulations that spoke to the details of the program.
Thank you. I think that's very important to remind the public. There's a lot of misinformation, misunderstanding about that framework. Does Transportation Services report specifically on the efficacy and impact of ASC cameras within community safety zones around schools?
We typically do a report, Councillor, annually or nearly annually on our Vision Zero program that also includes a pretty robust assessment of speed management activities, including automated speed enforcement. So I'd say yes is the answer to that question.
Exactly. Do you, is that publicly accessible in a, whether it's through social media or any other communications in the city for us to communicate that to the public? Are we, is it an effective communications piece?
Yes, those reports are certainly on our the city's website. We do have all the locations of existing cameras posted on a map on the city's website. We're always happy to add more information. We're happy to work with our partners at SPEC to take a look at that website and see if there's more information that might be useful for the public on the program.
Mm-hmm. I think that would be an important component, enhancing those communication strategies.
Councillor, I'm sorry, we've also done a lot of education campaigns related to helping people to understand the impacts of speed and reducing their speed under the Vision Zero program. Yep.
Completely. I'm just juxtaposing it around some of the misinformation that's out there as a result of the media attention. Can you discuss the approach to site selection, installation, and the advertisement of signs and speed cameras? How is that done with the public in mind?
So again, we start off with locations where we have a community safety zone. We look at a number of factors, including KSI data. We look at speeds that we've detected without the use of automated speed enforcement. We consider requests. We consider data from Toronto Police. And then we kind of put those as a prioritized list of locations, and then we assess them. As Barbara mentioned, not all locations may allow for space to put the camera, and those are all the considerations we look at.
In addition to these features, are there additional sensitivities that staff can speak to that apply to specifically around schools?
I mean, I think one of the things that we consider is how the school might be used for other activities outside of school hours. So, a lot of them have, daycares sort of before and after school. There's community events, and again, so when we consider our hours, we know that schools are used beyond just traditional school hours.
Thank you. And last question to City Legal in relation to an earlier question, and this is in relation to advertising or making publicly available potentially the threshold. City Solicitor, you'd share that you would advise against sharing that threshold. I wanted to dig deeper into why, and are there any
The
legal...
concern about that is that it would effectively result in an increase in the speed limit, which would be contrary to the goal of the Vision Zero program, which is to slow drivers down.
and this may not be the best example, but we give a week grace period with property tax or some certain things I know we've given. Would that same framework apply, that we apply grace in other scenarios with city payments?
That was your last question, Councillor.
The speed limit would remain the speed limit, though.
Okay.
Thank you. Next speaker is Speaker. Hang on one second.
Thank you. So to Barbara, so earlier the question was asked about speed humps. They are, Councillor Crescenti, they're speed humps, not bumps on the resident. Okay, there's a big difference between a bump and a hump.
You've been told.
As far as the speed humps, what you mentioned earlier that we do have, but it's my understanding, I think it still stands at by staff, that if there's a request for speed humps, that the staff reports back if it meets the criteria. I know that we don't do the poll, so does that mean that now we really don't need staff to report back, that we can just put them anywhere?
So through the Deputy Speaker, we made some modifications to the program. We brought a report, I believe it was last summer.
I remember that, but the staff still comment on it. We don't do a poll. That report.
Right, so staff do still comment on it, and in some cases we still are, I believe we're still bringing reports to Community Council. Just, it gave us the ability to also recommend where speed humps might be appropriate solution. As you know, Councillor, speed humps and the installation of them can be quite controversial in neighborhoods.
No, I know, and I put a lot of humps in my ward. Everybody everybody wants them. I know Councillor Holiday doesn't like it. He's always voting against it. But anyway, so just about the cameras. One of the issues that was brought up that I heard is that there's not advance notice that there's a camera. It's kind of hidden, and it's sometimes there's trees or something blocking it, so people go through it and not aware that there was a speed camera. Why haven't we why haven't we put them in areas where we actually let motorists know way in advance that there's a speed camera?
So through the Deputy Speaker, there are in fact advance notice signs. We also put up signs 90 days. We're required by the province to put up signs 90 days in advance of putting in a new sign letting people know that one is coming. And the feedback that we've received, and the mayor has directed in her letter, is that we look at additional signage that would be more easier for people to see in advance, that complements the signs that are provincially mandated.
Yeah.
So we have taken that back, and we are moving forward on that request.
I don't think these little small signs, I think you have to have a huge sign, flashing light, so people could see it. Way in advance, not these little signs that people don't notice because they look like parking signs. So you don't notice it until you actually drive by it, that there's it. Now, as far as the service on the cameras, how do we know, or do we investigate, how do we know that the cameras are working properly? Like, there could be a defect in the camera and it's giving tickets out. And so who reviews that? Does the city have any role in that, or do we just have a service provider provide them and put them up, and then we have no idea if they're actually working or when they're giving out tickets?
So I'll speak to a couple of those points through the Deputy Speaker. Every time we install at a new location, there's a rigorous setup process that we go through to test the camera, make sure it's pointed properly. The cameras themselves are calibrated by a third-party outside vendor that they certify to within 1 km/h accuracy. Those are posted online. Anyone can review those. They show the effective date and how long it is until the next calibration is required as per the vendor requirements. And then when the tickets are issued, our officers review the tickets to make sure that the recorded speed and the speed limit match and are appropriate before issuing that ticket.
So how often is that done? Like, is it just done when you put a new camera in, or?
So the camera is tested every time we start a new, what we call a batch. And the calibration is done, the calibration is only required to be done, I believe it's every 6 months. Again, that's the part done by the third-party vendor.
And so you have staff reviewing and going through all the tickets, and so.
Yes.
So how much staff do we have doing that? Do we have like is there a department? I have no idea that we have actually staffing.
Yes, so there's
30 people?
there are
Yeah, 30.
officers that are required to do that and to work as well with the vendor. And again, I would just remind council that we also process tickets on behalf of 18 other municipalities. So we do have a number of officers that do this function for not just Toronto, but a number of other officers or municipalities.
And they're transportation services staff and have been since the beginning of the program.
Thank
So
you, Speaker.
transportation staff does other things as well.
Thank you, Speaker. That was your
They
last.
have it's a full-time job for that staff.
Thank you. Our next speaker is our new councillor, Councillor Shan, who will get a big round of applause after he speaks.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I wanted to start off with asking a question about one of the shocking revelation I heard earlier when a councillor asked about the maximum speed. I heard there was 180 or something at a 50. That's
To the Deputy Speaker, welcome back, Councillor. It was 187 kilometers in a 50-kilometer-an-hour zone.
So this might be not completely related. I want to know where is the intersection between these cameras and policing when it comes to such a large violation, because I think those are the people we really need off the street as soon as possible. So is there a coordinated effort, or do these tickets don't serve as something that could be produced in court for criminal prosecution?
So for these very high speeds, the vehicle owner is actually required. It's considered what's called a Part 3, and there's a different process for them. If as soon as you go above 50 kilometers per hour over the speed limit, so there is a different process where they have to sort of speak to the circumstance and why they were. It's not just a monetary fine.
Okay, but it's not really the same as a police officer fining them?
No, because again, it's a vehicle fine as opposed to a driver fine. So it is different. I would say that we do speak with the police, and we try to coordinate and let them know like what we're seeing and what they're seeing. So that we could, again, if they have a location where they feel we should place an ASC camera, we can always take their input into the process. And if we're seeing high speeds, we can also share information with them.
Thank you. The question around penalties. When we drive on highway, we see sometimes it says 120 kilometer, $50, 130 kilometers. So the same argument could be made there that we are not saying that there's no penalty when it's 5-10, but it actually specifies what happens when it's 10 over. And that charts kind of help people realize that, it is that threshold indirectly. So is that something we would be able to share, saying, not explicitly sharing when the ticket would happen, but 10 over is this much, 20 over is this much, and then it sets up the penalty that they would be facing.
Staff member. What did he?
So the fine is set by the province, and it's for a range of every kilometer over. It's a set rate per kilometer over, and then that can escalate as you go higher above that limit. So that's all set by provincial regulation.
So a communication like what we see on highways, which says 120 kilometers, like not necessarily directly communicates the fact that it is a threshold, but it communicates the fact, where the fine starts to, generally be taken into consideration. Is that something that is possible or not possible?
I mean, it's something we could consider. I would be concerned a little bit about driver overload in terms of like some of that messaging on local roads, and again, it's part of a driver responsibility as well in terms of knowing speed limits and penalties. So I would make sure we wouldn't want to overload the driver with additional information.
Okay. And do all the locations get reviewed in cycles, or is it a spontaneous process? I know there are some that are fixed and some that are rotating. How often is the review of locations?
So through the Deputy Speaker, we move the cameras, roughly every 6 months. And again, it's dependent upon, where we want to go next, where there's been requests, where we want to move it to, again, maximize sort of that, as Barbara mentioned, there's a halo effect. Even when a camera's been removed, we still see some behavior that remains changed, even when the camera's been replaced.
And as additional information, if not now, is there a possibility to look at where speed humps were being added in the last 5 years or across the city as a distribution? Because I know in my part of the ward, there are sometimes people find it more difficult to advocate for having some.
Through the Deputy Speaker, Councillor, I think our Vision Zero map, which is fully accessible by the public, includes all the traffic calming and traffic safety measures that we've installed since, I believe, 2016. So I'll double check and let you know. And if it doesn't, then perhaps that's something we could add to that map.
Would that have through you, Madam Speaker, would it have like the timeline around when they were installed?
It would. If it's on that map, the time is indicated.
Okay, awesome. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, Councillor Shan, I shut your mic off now. It's not the way it was before. Okay. Councillor Pruz, are you around? He's in a meeting? Okay. Councillor Pruz, did you want to ask questions? Okay, go ahead.
These are the questions, right? Right questions? Okay, perfect, yeah. So just, why do speed bumps work in lowering speeds?
The concept is called vertical deflection, Councillor. It means that you're going up and down as opposed to straight through, and that helps to slow your speed.
Okay, but why? Okay, so people generally don't speed over speed bumps, right?
Okay. I think that there are people who do, but I think that generally speaking, they're put in place, their intended purpose is to slow speeds on local roads.
All right. And generally people see the speed bumps, correct?
Yeah, they have markings on them, I believe.
Because they're right in the middle of the road, right?
Sure, they're the same color as the rest of the road. Some of them, I can't remember right now if we mark ours.
But if you're driving and you're paying attention to the road and you don't want to hit the car, you see the speed bump, right?
Yes, there's pavement marking and signage on the side of the street.
Right, exactly. So you slow down because you see the speed bump. It works really well. I know, I slow down at speed bumps all the time.
Glad to hear.
Because I don't want to take the speed bump at speed. I don't want to lose control of the car. I don't want to do some weirdness. I slow down. I see it and I slow down, right?
I'm happy about that.
Would that be a fair thing to say that most people see the speed bump and they slow down?
I would hope so, yes.
Oh, beautiful. Do you think that guy who was speeding 185 kilometers an hour, the Niki Lauda wannabe, right? If he saw that there was a camera there, right? Clearly saw that there was a camera there, do you think that person would have slowed down?
I don't know for sure what that person would have done, but I think if you're traveling that high over the speed limit, then there's not too much that's going to slow you down.
But do you believe that most reasonable people, if they see a speed camera and they know they're going to get a ticket, right, that they would slow down?
Councillor, I think there's certainly, we've been asked to look at more signage in advance. We're happy to do it. I think there's a good notification.
Let me tell you an experience.
Just one more thing I wanted to add, that I think many people, not all, but many people use apps to help them navigate through the city.
Can I tell you an experience that I had?
Apps also give an advanced warning.
So this summer I happened to be in Italy. And I have to tell you, they have lots and lots of speed cameras. They also have lots of Niki Lauda wannabes there, right? You get that, right? They pass in the ongoing lane, the oncoming traffic lane, also they do all kinds of weird stuff. But the one weird thing they did not do is that every time we got to a speed camera, everybody slowed down. Do you know why? They were reflective, very bright, orange, a resplendent orange with these reflective gray signs on the side of it. And those cameras were installed like every 100 or 200 meters. So if the speed was 70 or 80 kilometers an hour, right, and then all of a sudden it dropped to 50 or 40. You know what everybody did? The whole line of cars, boom, everybody slowed down. You know why? Because they saw the cameras, right? I happened to be at committee the other day.
Questions, please.
And here's the question. And there was a deputant there who came in, and you were there as well, and talked about how his sister, was killed in a traffic accident. And he believed that it was due to speed, excessive speed. And I asked him this question, and he talked about a speed camera in a location. I asked him this question, do you believe that if people knew that that camera was there, that they would slow down? What was his answer?
His answer, Councillor, was yes.
Yes.
There was a fair amount of back and forth before he answered that question, but I'd agree.
But
His answer was yes.
But he said yes, right?
Eventually.
Exactly. So, yeah, if we're going to use camera as a tool, right, to slow people down, then why wouldn't we have taken steps to make them very, very visible, to have markings in the middle of the street so that people couldn't miss and could not and would not know where these cameras are? Do you think, here's the question, do you think that we'd still have that portion of the public that we've lost in this process?
Oh, I think that we probably would still, yes, but I also think that your point's well taken, and that if, as the mayor has asked us as well, that we should be looking at additional advanced signage, and we are moving ahead with that.
Thank you.
Councillor Moyes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I think maybe I'm one of the last people to speak on this item. Question. Is the city at risk of liability if there's an increase in injury or death as a result of the removal of the speed cameras? We know that these cameras, based on the statistics that we've had, we know that people's behaviors have changed. We know that people are starting to slow down as a result of that. And we know that this initiative has worked and continues to work. And if we remove it, are we at risk of liability?
Generally speaking, municipalities are not liable for policy decisions. However, I will say that that argument would very likely be made in the context of a lawsuit, and that I never predict the outcome of lawsuits with any certainty.
Okay. In your opinion, if these speed cameras are removed, would there be an increase of fatalities and injuries?
I'm going to refer that question to the General Manager of Transportation in case they have some data on that.
And perhaps maybe before and after. Like, has there been a decrease since these cameras have been up?
Yes, through the speaker. So the Sick Kids reports have seen about a 45% reduction in the severity and incidence of speeding where cameras have been installed. So we've definitely seen some positive results. Certainly year over year, we track our Vision Zero numbers, so the number of people who have been fatally injured or seriously injured through road violence. And what we have seen certainly is that those numbers are starting to go down. I think that would be a combination of factors. We've invested very heavily as a city in Vision Zero, and we're seeing good results as a result of that. And certainly the speed cameras have had an effect. And as my colleague Mike indicated, we've been doing the other things for quite some time, traffic calming, signage, all the other pieces, but automated speed enforcement has had a much more marked effect on people reducing their speeds.
And in your opinion, if these speed cameras are removed, do you think it's logical to think we can have police officers in every corner to replace those speed cameras? And what cost would that be to the city?
I don't know what the cost would be, Councillor. I would say that the police are a good partner of ours in working on a number of different factors, and I also know that they have a lot of demands on their time. And so I'm not sure that the best investment of resources in their time would be on speed management at those intersections when they're dealing with broader issues of gun violence and all the other pieces that they are called upon to do.
Exactly. And do you see any issues with making public the average speed of those who have received tickets?
The average.
Just the average speed. I'm not saying that, I know that, the Toronto Star has put out an article saying that, the threshold is 11 kilometers over. That's not being confirmed or denied by staff or anybody else, but asking for the average speed.
Yeah, so the average speed, I believe we've been quite public about. I think the average speed is about 50 kilometers over is the average speed.
Okay, those are my questions.
Thank you. Councillor Holiday.
Thank you, Speaker. Community safety zone is not the same thing as a school safety zone. Is that correct?
Through the Speaker, that's correct.
Community safety zone is larger and a school safety zone is more defined.
I would say that a community safety zone can be larger, and a school safety zone is defined by legislation.
School safety zone, how close is that to a school? Is there a unit of measure?
It's about 150 meter on the frontage of the school.
So basically at a school. Do we have cameras in community safety zones that are not in front of schools? Parkside Drive, for instance.
Through the Speaker, yes, we do have some that are legacy. We do in some cases where we've got maybe 3 schools on a road, and we decide it's much more clear to combine all of them into one as opposed to the signage required. So we do make them where we extend, and in council in 2023 asked us to expand where we would consider a community safety zone.
That's right. Council changed that. 5 years ago, when this program was sold to council, I say that casually, like it was, it was pitched. The idea was safety at schools.
Yes, it was recommended to improve school safety.
Absolutely. This was central to schools, and yet we've creeped a little bit out of that because of some changes. Is that not a fair observation?
Well, so 95% of the cameras are in school zones, right?
5% or not?
Yeah, that's true. And I think the reason why is because there was some recognition that there are vulnerable road users in greater quantities in some locations that are outside school zones. And so that's why council approved that recommendation to increase the parameters.
Like Parkside.
Parkside is the result of the former community safety zone designation. I think there were 11 corridors in the city that were before we came back with the safer school zone.
That's an example. There's not a school there, but there's a camera there.
That is correct. Parkside is one of the 11.
So is the province, did they say they were watching us over the last 5 years? Like it was the province's legislation. And I seem to recall the conversation around we needed to tread carefully because if the automated speed enforcement program got out of hand, maybe they'd pull the plug on it. Is there any thought around that, or was there any conversation around that?
Certainly, Councillor, we've seen in other jurisdictions where the politics of speed enforcement and have become a significant issue, and we've seen the pendulum swing back and forth in other locations. So our advice has always been to be kind of measured in the expansion of the program.
How many charges do we have in 2025 for ASE? Just roughly. 500,000? Would you believe me if I said it was over 500,000?
Yes, in 2024, we filed 500,000 charges, I see here.
Okay. The number slightly, but this came out of committee. We doubled the cameras from 2024 to 2025. Do I remember correctly from the committee that we did not double the charges?
Go ahead, you do this one.
We doubled the cameras, and again, the data for this year is only for half of the year, so we're not, looking at the entire year compared to 2024.
We haven't doubled the revenue, but it's up there. It's in the multiple millions of dollars, or at least projected to be tens of millions.
That is correct.
Okay. Can you tell me what the projected end result is this year, the net revenue from the ASE program, roughly? I won't hold you to it because the year is not over.
To the Speaker, Through the councillor, the projection is that the net revenue specific to ASE would be about $65 million, not including the victim fine surcharge.
Back to staff. We run our cameras 24/7 in the City of Toronto. Other jurisdictions in the province run them only during school hours and on school days. Is that correct? Thank you, Peanut Gallery. I just want to check the facts.
I'm not going to, I don't think I can speak for how other municipalities operate their cameras.
Do we know? Do we have any knowledge? I mean, it's got to be public.
I mean, again, sometimes those are enforcement decisions, and so they would not advise us.
Okay, if we wanted to change our enforcement hours, that's a software update on the camera, is that correct?
Yes, it's correct. Right. We can make a change through the software.
Right, and so if those cameras were used in other jurisdictions, they would apply slightly different software, if that's what those other jurisdictions did.
Yes, so again, it's an operational decision on how we want to operate them, and the capability exists.
Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you. Councillor Fletcher, you're up.
Thank you. Sorry, Speaker. I was just talking to the head of HR about an item on the agenda. I just wanted to clarify a couple of things with speed humps, because the list or the toolkit that we're being offered, some of our wards, there's really not many streets left to put speed humps on. I think you'd agree with that, Ms. Ray.
True.
Correct.
Those have been for many years approved
Yes.
through community councils. So.
Thank you. And larger streets like O'Connor, or that may have schools associated with them, or Dawnlands, they're not eligible for speed humps because they're arterials, correct?
That's correct.
So even if we wanted to, we couldn't. And so this is not, I would say, a toolkit that we could really use in the city in a robust way, because we already have them, or you can't put them on those bigger streets. And then I'm just interested in the demerit points, that there are no demerit points for speed cameras. Are there? Who's going to answer that?
That is correct, because the owner is the one who has the violation notice. It may not be
So
the driver.
it's the license plate that's got the violation,
That's
not
correct.
the driver.
That's correct.
But with a speed trap, and I'll say trap, it's called a speed trap, where you're trapped and now you're getting a fine. That's you driving. Whoever, that's on you if you're driving.
In that instance, the driver would be charged, yes.
The driver's charged, and then that's eligible for demerit points.
There could be demerit.
There could be, depending upon how fast over you're going. So
That's correct.
I'm just going to say somebody that was going, let's just say there was a story from Global about a minister or minister staff in a car that is a government-issued car that was apparently going 30 kilometers over the speed limit, in a 40 going 70. That would be demerit points, would it not? Pretty big ones.
Yes, it would, yes.
How many? 3? 2? 1?
I'm not certain what the amount of demerit points.
Okay, we should, because there's some with demerits and others without. So that person didn't get demerit points. For our cars, and I guess this would be Mr. Jollymore, we do know through an FOI what happens at the province. I'm not sure who pays those at the province. Is that the person, or is it the province that's paying those fines, the $3,300 worth of fines for those 20 cars? Do we happen to know who's paying? I'll find out from us. Do we ever have cars that are caught in our own cameras that are city vehicles?
Madam Speaker, yes, we do.
And then what happens?
The city has a policy whereby we recover the cost of the fine from the employee who's driving the vehicle.
So that's on the employee, but we don't know if the province actually now recovers that, or if you and I are paying for that. We're unclear about that, correct?
Madam Speaker, I don't
Yes, I
So we're
don't know the
unclear.
answer to that question.
But we could get an answer to that question. We could ask that question of the province. Are you wishing to?
We could ask, and to the speaker, it was reported in some press conferences that the individual staff at the province are also responsible for payment of those fines.
So that the minister might be if they were driving their
They didn't disclose who the staff person was, so it could be either the staff or the minister's office.
Madam Speaker, I do now have an answer to the question about the number of demerit
Yeah.
points. Go ahead.
So for traveling 16 to 29 kilometers over the speed limit, it is 3 demerit points.
And above that?
And above that, it goes up progressively. 30 to 49 is 4 demerit points, and 50 and over are 6. But in addition, as we all know, over 50, you'll
Is
have
stunt driving.
stunt driving,
Right.
which has other repercussions.
That's right. Thank you. And the other thing I just want to focus on today is just the sick kids. Sick Kids is a venerable institution in our city. I think most of us have taken our children there at some point. And their research is something that is front and center. I think they've said that very important to have these cameras. It's reduced speeding around schools and our most vulnerable citizens, young kids, by something as of 45%, or could you just remind us what that number is, please?
Yes, thank you, Councillor. Their findings indicated that the use of the cameras has reduced speeding vehicles by 45% in areas where they were used. They monitored vehicle speeds before, during, and after the cameras were put in, and they were at 250 school zones for a 2-year period. So it's a very robust study, and I would agree with you that they are a very, very venerated institution in our city to be conducting this type of research.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Thompson.
Yes, thank you very much, Speaker, through you to Ms. Gray. Ms. Gray, your report here is attempting to make the case not to ban speed camera. Do I gather that appropriately, even with respect to the questions that are being asked?
Through the Speaker, Councillor, there's not a report. I don't believe we have a report before you. There's a letter from the mayor. Yeah.
That I guess the questions and your response to the answers. Is it our objective as part of this process to try to convince the province that we should not ban speed cameras?
Well, we strongly support the program. We believe we brought it into the city in a very logical, methodical, and data-driven way. Right. We are seeing not only our own results, but also, as Councillor Fletcher just pointed out, some very deep and legitimate studies that have been done over time. So yes, we believe that the program should stay in place, absolutely.
I guess what I was getting at, Ms. Gray, was that there had already been conversation with the province and with the transportation folks and so on in terms of the buy-in, as well as changes in legislation that had come in from the province to support our efforts to make our streets safer. Is that correct?
I'm sorry, Councillor, could you repeat the question?
So what I'm trying to ask you is that when we make these decisions to, for example, put in speed cameras and speed humps and things in general, traffic signals across the city to make the city safer, there has been and had been an order, either legislation or direction from the province, conversation with them about how we're going to take measures in through our process to make our streets safer, and that we have buy-in from the province.
Well, certainly, Councillor, the province sets the standards through the Highway Traffic Act, and if there's any changes to design standards that they are required to provide, then we tend to comply with, or in many cases exceed. But this council sets the application of those standards on the ground in Toronto.
Right. So implementing the speed cameras, what was the process that we engaged with the province in order to get approval?
So we worked with the province again to put forward the legislation. I mean, we didn't, but we worked with them on what the legislation might look like. We worked with them very closely on the regulation in terms of all the components, what kind of equipment, signage, how our officers were designated, how they were trained. So we worked with them every step of the way on the process to develop and implement the program.
So the efforts by the province to ban what had been a process in which the city has worked with them and other municipalities now, what is your particular perspective as to the rationale as to why we're here, which is, I believe, as I would say, it's a crossroads with respect to the views coming from the province and our current needs to protect our citizens?
Councillor, I couldn't say, honestly. I don't think it's I think, there's a lot of decisions that get made that are outside staff's purview. Politics is a very complicated area, so I wouldn't want to comment on that. But
well, I think you've answered it really well, so thank you. Can you then tell me, please, what is the average height of a speed hump and speed bump, whichever you wish to?
Height? Wow.
Yes. Is it 65 or 55 millimeters, or?
I don't know the average height, Councillor. Maybe someone will.
So recently, a number of those speed bumps have put in my area, and I think it was like 55 or 65 millimeters.
That sounds about right.
Is that standard? I mean, are they higher or are they?
There is a standard. They're designed specifically to slow speeds under a certain speed limit. So that's why, again, they're not appropriate on higher speed roadways.
Right, and what I wanted to understand is how do you make the determination in terms of the actual height of those speed humps?
So that's a technical decision made by staff who are trained in such, and they look to other jurisdictions, and there are design standards for those types of installations.
Right, I asked this question because recently the ones have been put in on Eleanor and Gooderham in my ward. Residents have indicated that they're not high enough, so how do I go about making them higher?
Well, I'm happy to take that back to staff, Councillor, and we'll take a look.
Fantastic, that's great. Those are my questions, Speaker. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any further questions before we go to speakers? Oh, Councillor Cole, did you? Yeah, okay, Councillor Cole, questions.
As you know, the Premier has said he wants to replace the speed cameras with roundabouts. So how would a roundabout work? Like I've had teachers hit, hospitalized, kids hit at Allenby School and Avenue Road and Castlefield. How would a roundabout could be implemented on Avenue Road at Castlefield, for instance?
Through the speakers, as I spoke about vertical deflection of a speed hump, a roundabout creates horizontal deflection. So it requires a driver to turn their wheel in order to slow their speeds. The challenge with roundabouts in urban locations, they work fairly well at intersections that have a lot of land, but they actually take up a fair amount of land to install. And so that's one of the reasons why a lot of cities don't put them in frequently, because they require a lot of land in order to be able to get the roundabout in place and the number of lanes that you would need to be able to manage through that intersection. So there are smaller ones that are called traffic circles that go up on local streets in some jurisdictions, but that's different than a roundabout.
Generally speaking, most of our schools seem to be on major arterials and arterial roads, right? Because they're access to bus transportation. So how would these roundabouts be implemented? I'm thinking I've got a granddaughter at Runnymede Elementary School in Councillor Perks' ward. I think there's 1,200 kids at Runnymede. So could you put a roundabout at Runnymede Public School?
Well, Councillor, I mean, that schools are typically pretty centrally located in communities. They often are have one side that may be on a higher speed roadway or a faster roadway, but others are on the local roads. And so, as I mentioned, roundabouts are very space intensive. They would probably not fit in most of the locations that are around school zones, but there very well might be some locations in the city where they would be a tool that we would have to investigate. It's very site specific about where you can put them in and how you would use them. So that would have to be something that we would look at from a site specific perspective.
Yeah, so it would depend on where the schools are. And now the other thing the Premier said, he's going to put speed bumps or humps at the schools. Again, looking at the major roads like Avenue Road, Runnymede, Bloor Street, I don't know what this is. I know what that is. There's some speaker here.
What?
Sorry.
Councillor Coe, is there a problem?
Well, there was something happening with the speaker. It's the Premier's office or something. And, okay, the question is, the Premier said we're going to put speed bumps at the schools. Right now, I know I've tried to put speed humps on certain streets and they've been rejected by your department. Why are they rejected? Why can't we use speed humps on Avenue Road or Runnymede or whatever?
Well, again, speed humps are a traffic calming tool that is very valuable in the right place. And so when we get that recommendation from a local councillor, we will do an assessment of whether we think it will be successful there. The challenge, I think, with speed humps on higher speed roads is they can actually cause crashes and impacts. So we don't put them on higher speed roads, in addition to the piece that I already described about emergency vehicles. But in some cases, they're not the appropriate tool. You also, there's issues with the spacing from driveways and the spacing from intersections, etc. So we have a series of guidelines that we use when we install speed
What
humps.
about the TTC? I've always been told, well, the TTC, you can't have speed humps on TTC routes.
Yeah,
Now, where does that come from? Where does that rule come from?
Can now.
Well, the speed humps, again, create a vertical deflection, right? They create the vehicle to go up and down. And so when you have a loaded bus, it's very, very uncomfortable.
Could cause accidents. And what about
it could cause
our fire services? You know, Chief Jessup is here. What does he think about speed humps all over our major arterials where schools are? So we've got 800 schools. We're going to put speed humps at the 800 schools. What do you think our fire chief will say about that?
So, the fire services has been a tremendous partner in road safety in the time that we've been working on Vision Zero, and they've been very supportive and very collaborative with us about where we might use tools that other jurisdictions, fire departments might not be as supportive of. Certainly, speed humps do have an impact, though, on the delivery of fire service and emergency response time. So, without speaking for Chief Jessup, I think that's what he might imply.
Okay, thank you. That was your last question. Okay, that's it for questions. We'll close it, so we'll go to speakers. Mayor Chow to speak.
Thank you. Speed kills. On March 26, a grade 9 student, Christina, was struck and killed by a speeding driver while crossing the street in front of her school, Albert Campbell Collegiate in Scarborough. This week I spoke to some of her classmates in a library teen zone. And they were all affected by her death. So were her parents, of course. In 2018, Duncan, a 6th grader at Kennedy Public School, was hit and killed in a school zone at Kennedy and Steeles. In 2021, 2 seniors, Vladimir and Fatima, was killed by a speeding driver on Parkside Drive. They were sitting in their car. These are only a few of the lives lost to speeding on Toronto's road. And each tragedy is a painful reminder that behind every statistics is a person, is a family, is a community that are forever changed. Since 2024, nearly 250 pedestrians and cyclists have been killed or seriously injured on Toronto's roads. And that number should concern every one of us. And a lot of them are results of speeding. Torontonians, especially seniors and families, deserve to feel safe, to be safe, deserve to be protected. Whether you're walking to school or cycling or walking to your neighborhood or shopping, you should not have to be worried about being struck by a speeding car. We know what works. Speed cameras work. We have ample research from 6 Kids Hospital. They save lives. We know that it protect people. That is why when the province are saying that they're going to rip out these effective tools, their decision is wrong. We need to protect our kids and our seniors. There's a question about the fines. Well, the fines collected from these speeders go towards keeping people safe. They fund 18 police officers who work on road safety programs. They contribute millions to support victims of crime, like Holly Roy, who we talked about today. It helped her receive counseling. It helped her have an interim place where she could move out of a horrific bedroom where she watched her child being killed. It also helped to pay for traffic lights, crosswalks, and other safety measures that protect pedestrians, drivers, cyclists. So the facts are clear. We know that speed cameras reduce speed in school zones by 45%. And we also know that speeding kills. If you're hit when you're by a car that are going 50 per hour, your chance of survival is very low. 85% chance you're going to die. And not abstract numbers, they reflect what happens every day on our roads. The recommendations in front of you is trying to improve and strengthen these speed cameras programs. Include larger signs so drivers know that they are going into an area with cameras and that there are speed limits. They are going into a school zones, that there are kids around. There is a recommendation for a grace period so people receive their first ticket before they get the second one. We will also inform neighborhoods when the camera is being removed if it gets ripped out by the province, and encourage the local residents to talk to their elected representative. They need to know who's doing it. And at the end of the day, speed cameras is about protecting children and seniors. It makes us safer. It's about saving lives. It's about preventing the next Christina, the next Duncan, the next Vladimir and Fatima. My message is simple. Don't speed, and you won't have to pay any fines. Thanks.
Thank you. We do have a question for you. Councillor Burnside.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Speaker. Through you to the Mayor, would you agree that the goal is to ensure that people don't speed, especially in community safety zones?
Absolutely. Right. Well, the main goal is at the end of the day, protect our kids and seniors.
Sure. And would you agree that if we actually told people what the threshold is for when they would get a ticket, we're effectively raising the speed limit in those zones, which is kind of what we don't want to do. We want to make sure that people obey the speed limit, whether it's 40, 50, 30.
Yeah.
Okay.
If it's 50, then don't go over 50.
Right. And you heard that there are, I believe, 150 cameras in 1,100 zones.
Yep.
Okay. Most zones are two-way streets, so there are actually 2,200 locations. That means at any given time, we have just a little under 7% of our community safety zone locations are covered. Very small percentage.
That's right, and that's why we have to rotate them.
Right, but we want people to obey the speed limit in all the zones.
Absolutely.
Right? Okay. Would you?
I think it's breaking the law is not.
Then, if we over-advertise where a particular camera is, with these larger signs, we're now telling people, hey, we're going to have nice big signs so that when you see these signs, you won't speed. But that's only in 7%. The other 93%, it's almost giving them a license, as it is with raising the threshold, to speed because they know there's no enforcement there.
Oh yeah, but hang on a second. If they know what is the speed limit in other areas that don't have these big warning signs because they don't have a camera there, the traffic division of the Toronto Police have speed guns. They do, which is what those 18 officers are supposed to do. They catch people from speeding, and that's what the traffic division is about.
Right.
They have blitz, right? So
Then I'm not sure what this argument is about for having speed cameras. But were you aware?
Because there's not enough officers to
exactly.
tackle every single location.
Right. So were you aware that the number of tickets written by the Toronto Police in terms of Provincial Offences Act, as it relates to the HTA, in a 10-year period went down 90%? We actually only we have a very limited number of officers who are actually writing tickets.
Well, thank you for that information. Let me say, though, in the last 10 years, there hadn't been a police staffing plan. You and I know that through the last 2 years, because of our budget, we are able, through the Toronto Police Service Board, we're able to have a 5-year staffing plan that allowed police department to hire 360 officers every year.
Yeah, and you've been very strong. And you've been very strong on that.
Yeah, so there's no reason for them to say that we don't have enough resources to catch people that are speeding.
Okay, so that will be a question maybe offline, is to get the police to maybe refocus on traffic.
Sure.
Because you have been very strong, and I've sang your praises.
So
but
this
can
council,
I just move on?
But let me one quick thing. This council have asked the police to have 2 blitz.
Okay.
And it has netted a lot of people obeying the traffic rules.
Well, it can't be a blitz. It needs to be constant. But anyway, that's another thing.
True. But
so then my next question. This is a little bit different. So this giving someone a 7-day grace period. So let's say someone was driving through one of these community safety zones. They're ripping through it. They're going 90 and a 30. Okay. So on day 1. So I think everyone would understand that, hey, we don't want that. But now the next 6 days, that same person has now got a blank check to rip through again at 90 and a 30. Would it not make more sense to have some sort of, if you want it, have some sort of threshold? My concern is, if this is a blanket thing, then people who are egregiously breaking the law will have a get out of jail, as they say, free card for the next 6 days.
Well, we can consider that. The thing is, I'm trying to address drivers, which is a legitimate concern, that I didn't know that I got a ticket because I haven't received it yet. And I drive up, the same road back and forth. And within a week, I got 4 tickets, 6 tickets.
Okay, this is not a gotcha question, so I just want to...
Last question, please, last question.
But would you not agree that if there's a speed limit sign, which I think Barbara could tell us there will be in any community safety zone, there is a speed limit sign. Someone sees the speed limit sign. They see the speed camera in use sign.
Yep.
If they can't get the message after that, why do they need 7? Like, who cares if they speed every day? Thank you. You don't even have to answer that.
Thank you.
You're correct. They should be able to see. If they're not paying attention to the speed limit, it's called distract driver. That's another problem.
Yeah, thank you. We have another question. Councillor Thompson.
Yes, thank you very much, Speaker, through you to the Mayor. Mayor, you have an outstanding track record, and by the way, we're all with you with respect to this approach in terms of your collaboration and conversation with, Torontonians and other political leaders, the work that you've done federally and provincially and so on. So my question to you is that, have you had an opportunity to raise your concerns with the Premier at this point in time? And if so, are you able to share perhaps some of the conversation? If you're able to, we would greatly appreciate it.
Yes, I have. A couple of times. Initially, the suggestion that the Premier have given, that a signage, consider other methods, or a grace period, so they don't get multiple tickets without knowing they violated the rules of the law, came to council. This is what's the Premier's suggestion is what is right in front of you, because they make sense.
Right.
There's other suggestions about roundabouts and other traffic calming devices like speed bump. And I said to the Premier, it was very clear that in some of the local neighborhoods, we have these devices. In those neighborhoods, we don't need speed cameras. It's just in Arterial Road, in some of the areas where you cannot have speed bumps, you cannot have roundabouts, that it is a problem, that speed camera is one of the ways you slow down cars, right? It's not the only way. So we've had a dialogue, but I think he is looking at, I think the Premier is looking at what's happening in Vaughan, because Vaughan is now taking it out and they're looking at putting speed humps and all that stuff. And I have not been able to persuade the provincial government that you just cannot put speed bumps or humps or whatever you call them onto Arterial Road, because it slowed down our emergency responder. And that's not a good way to go. That's not safe either. So I have not been able to persuade them that there is no solution in some of the areas that we have to have speed cameras because they're in Arterial Road. And the number of schools, number of safety zones, like Albert Campbell, like there's some roads that are just, they're big roads, wide roads. You cannot put a speed hump there. You cannot have a roundabout.
Right. Given the importance of this issue to the overall well-being and safety of our citizens, might we see a challenge, as we have seen with respect to bike lanes, as it relates to speed cameras with a court action? Would that?
I don't want to predict what may happen.
Sure.
Just hearing the stories and the pain that the relatives of the deceased, it's traumatic. It's
very painful.
Powerful. It's painful and powerful and moving. Yeah. So I'm hoping that these kind of messages get through to the elected representatives all across Toronto, and that they would hear that speed camera needs to be one of the methods where we can slow down cars so they don't kill, and that we have to protect our citizens, especially our children.
So the work's not done. This is something that you'll continue to try to address with the Premier and others.
Absolutely. We'll do our best. Today's discussion goes a long way into addressing some of the initial concerns the Premier has. And we need to demonstrate that speed humps are not possible in these arterial roads, number one. Number two, if you put in roundabouts in those arterial roads, quite a few European countries have that. It will cause even more congestion, which is the other problem that I know the Premier is very concerned about congestion. Or if you narrow the road, like Parkside, we have redesigned Parkside by narrowing the road with installation of a bike path. Well, you know what the Premier thinks about bike path, right? Or bike lanes. So yes, if you narrow the road somewhat, quite a bit, the cars will go slower. You wouldn't have that many people breaking the speed limit. We know that by, squeezing it.
Thank you, Mayor.
Yeah, so anyway, but sometimes it's contradictory, right?
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. Okay.
Thank you, Speaker. I have four motions. If I could have
Councillor Holiday to speak.
If I could have my four motions shown by the clerk, I'll go through them in just a moment. 5 years. 5 years is how long we've had AIC. I remember revealing the first camera in Ward 2. And you know what? It's collapsed under its own weight. And so, sorry, Speaker, can you stop my time? The motions are missing. Okay, so the first motion talks about operating the camera during school hours and randomly. The second motion is about reducing the number of cameras. The third motion is that they would all be in school safety zone. And the fourth has to do with vinyl wraps. So this program's collapsing. And this idea that you would replace the cameras with speed humps and chicanes and circles is rubbish. Rubbish. If you think people are angry now, wait till we change the roads like that. So instead of targeting the people that are driving too fast, You target everybody and slow them right down to zero. I'm sure the public will be thrilled with any initiative like that. Nonsense. So here's the thing. The province is watching us. I remember this conversation at the start of it. There was apprehension about granting this. This is their legislation. They giveth, they taketh away, and that's what we're seeing right now. They will just chop it right out. And that's because the program got too big. You know what happened in the last year? I've been thinking about this. Why was something that was fairly okay with people, not everyone accepted this, suddenly turn? Well, we got more cameras. The answer is 540,615 tickets happened this year. And so the question is, do you actually need 540,000 tickets to make a difference? And I think this is where the politics creeps in. I think people are saying there's too many. Too petty tickets, too many. And what my motions do is they bring the size of the program down a little bit. A little bit. But I still think we need to make bold moves as a council if we have any hope of convincing the province to keep this program. We can't just, small motions here. We need to chop the program down. That's why I'm saying go from 150 down to 100. We didn't double the tickets from last year to this year. We did not. We doubled the number of speed cameras. You know what we did do? We did increase the backlog of people that are appealing all of the tickets. So pay attention to the cost and the mounting administrative burden of doing this program at this size. I think you can shrink it a little bit and still get the same effect. That's all in the numbers. I think people expected this to be at school zones, and I think we're getting a creep out of that. There are other jurisdictions that operate the cameras during school hours. It's about the kids. Run them during school hours. And I've suggested in here, just to make sure that people are on their toes, that some of the cameras could run randomly. And so you never know when you're going to drive through the school zone if you're going to get pinched or not. The fact that the camera there is what makes the difference, not the ticket. Because apparently 540,000 people still haven't got the message. That's 1 in 6 people in the city. And that's assuming everybody drives a car, which they do not. So everybody is going to get a ticket no matter how careful they are. And you got to ask yourself is whether or not that is an efficient system to affect behavioral change. But I'll tell you, putting a camera on the side of the road certainly is. So if it's about visualization, I had a little bit of fun. I doctored up a picture of a camera near my house. It's a wasp. Put a vinyl wrap on the camera. Do not miss this camera on the side of the road. I think if this council is willing to make a couple of bold moves to go in there and really change this system and bring down that 540,000 tickets to a more reasonable number, we can avoid an array of speed humps and circles and chicanes and actually still have a successful program and have those cameras on the side of the road, as Councillor Perruzza described his experience in Italy, that everyone comes down to a slow. There's ways to do this that cost nothing. We just have to make some policy choices here on the council floor, a couple of software clicks with a mouse, and away you go. Otherwise, I'm sure that this province is going to cut this program if municipalities are not changing the status quo, because clearly the status quo is not sitting well with the public. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you. Okay, so we're recessed to 2 o'clock. We don't have time for that question. So after lunch, you can ask Councillor Holiday the question. Okay, thank you. I would like to call this meeting to order. This meeting is now resumed. Before we start, I'd like to just ask the city solicitor would like to make an announcement.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I appreciate the opportunity to introduce our articling students. Every year we have 6 articling students in the Legal Services Division. We do this in part because we have an obligation to the profession to train new lawyers and make sure that they have a good articling experience. But it's also very good for us, and frankly, good for you too, because we have a competitive program, we attract excellent students, and they help us with our most novel and complex issues. So please join me in welcoming Emily Tivoli, Paloma dos Santos Taylor, Laura Di Taranto, I apologize, Chris Roberts, Andy Huang Chen, and Avery Warren. Please stand up.
No one knows who we're talking about.
There we go.
Thank you and welcome. I hope you enjoy the rest of the day.
Of course, we love them.
Okay, Councillor Cheng, you have an announcement?
Yes, I do, Madam Speaker. I would like to invite members of council to join me and Mayor Chow for the inauguration celebration of Little Iran in Willowdale, happening this Saturday, October 11th at Center Park from 10 a.m. to 6 p.m. with a street sign unveiling from 1 to 3 p.m. This is a meaningful moment for the Iranian community here in Toronto and across our country, as this is the first Little Iran in the world. This cultural district has long been cherished by Iranians, many of whom affectionately call this area in Willowdale Toronto after Iran's vibrant capital city. We come together to celebrate the many contributions of Iranians to our city, cultural, economic, and social. As a councillor of the area, I've had the privilege of meeting incredible community members who help make our city an amazing place to be. For example, we have 89-year-old Mr. Ahmed Fala, who started a group called Ariana Group, and these people get together and know how to dance and enjoy life and keep each other with positive mental outlook. We have I2CRC, the Intercultural Iranian Canadian Resource Center at the heart of Willowdale, where they help people through internet literacy, art therapy, and organizing events to connect people. We have Orkideh Salehi. She brings together an amazing group of artists in my neighborhood. They put together workshops and the chance for us to purchase unique artistic creations by local residents. Another amazing group is called May You Live to 100, led by Dr. Ghazal Fateh Rod. And they bring intergenerational art, music, and cultural gathering opportunities to build bridges in our city. We also have Seed Foundation, connecting Canadian-born individuals of Iranian heritage with their cultural roots, and the Iranian Canadian Builders Association that fosters connectivity through recognized Iranian architects, community pride, and learning opportunities for aspiring entrepreneurs. This is just a fraction of the amazing people I've met since I became councillor of this ward. This is really a milestone worth celebrating. I deeply appreciate their passion, creativity, and unwavering commitment to community. So I hope you will join me in celebrating this historic milestone for the City of Toronto. Thank you.
Deputy Mayor Malik.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and thank you for a moment to rise and recognize that here in Toronto and in Canada, in October, we celebrate Islamic Heritage Month. And it is a really incredible opportunity for us to honor and celebrate the contributions of Muslim residents and communities to the cultural, social, economic, and political fabric of our city. Muslim communities in every corner of our city are diverse and strong and focused on strengthening Toronto and Canada to be safe and inclusive. From cultural hubs like the Aga Khan Museum to Jami Mosque, the first Toronto mosque, that we still have so active in our neighborhoods, to groups like Hijabi Ballers and initiatives like Project Ramadan. Welcome, generosity, and belonging are at the heart of these efforts and these parts of Toronto's history. And it's especially important in this moment when we are all very aware that we are living in a time of profound and unconscionable human suffering. Many of us in our communities are connected by family, friends, and networks of solidarity to how we face this and do good in our neighborhoods and our communities. And what we know very well in this city is that what happens abroad also has ripple effects here at home as we see a rise in the impacts of Islamophobia. And we have to do the work collectively and together to continue to build a city that values equity and respect for all people of all faiths and backgrounds and protects our shared rights and freedoms. This month, we underscore initiatives like the ones that we so proudly take forward here from City Hall, Toronto for All campaign that has put an emphasis on inclusion and anti-Islamophobia, where we work together to raise awareness of discrimination and strengthen allyship from across all communities. Our local libraries here in Toronto, including the one here at City Hall, have made an incredible effort to invite Torontonians to discover Muslim writers and feature Muslim stories this month, so many of them originating right here in Toronto. And the City of Toronto has accessible resources to learn the history of Muslims in our city and the present. And I'd like to wrap just by recognizing two incredible groups here at the city where Muslim leaders are continuing to contribute right now. First of all, our very own Muslim Staff Network, which provides support and community to city staff across all divisions year-round and have planned thoughtful events year over year to recognize this month. And the second is always the opportunity to recognize our past and present Muslim Youth Fellows who take part in the Muslim Youth Fellowship under the program between the city and the Urban Alliance on Race Relations that's been operating since 2017. And I do want to give a special thanks to our newest councillor, Niibishens, for his work in the leadership of the Urban Alliance on Race Relations, but also when he was previously here to work hard with community to formalize this program and to expand it to include many more diverse communities, to open the doors here at City Hall and to give them opportunities to understand what we do here and to see public service as a worthy path for them. I've been honored to host 3 fellows, specifically from the Muslim Fellows Program in my time in office, and I've learned so much from them, and I've been inspired with how I've seen them continue to contribute to our city and to the work that we do here. Thank you all for your recognition of this month as well, and I'm wishing you all a very meaningful Islamic Heritage Month.
Thank you. Councillor Moyes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. There are 2 things I want to talk about today, but first I'd like to acknowledge that we have for the Fred Victor Center folks here with us today. Fred Victor is a social services charitable organization that fosters long-lasting and positive change in the lives of homeless and low-income people living across Toronto. So welcome for being here, Councillor Chambers. And while I have the floor, I will stay standing. Last council, we welcomed Dr. Michelle Murdy, in her new role as the new MOH at Public Health. But I would like to take this opportunity to thank the acting Medical Officer of Health, Dr. Nakoshi Lamte. I'd like to extend my sincere gratitude to Dr. Lamte for her service as our acting Medical Officer of Health. Over the past 8 months, Dr. Lamte has been at the forefront of emerging public health challenges and Toronto public health strategic initiatives. She led us through a measles outbreak, throughout which cases in Toronto remained low, and a summer of extreme heat, air quality alerts, and ticks, ensuring that residents were informed about how to keep themselves safe and well. Behind the scenes, Dr. Lamte has been working closely with our partners to get our interim Heart Hub model up and running as soon as possible. Together, we've led the Our Health, Our City implementation panel and have initiated a working group to respond to the closure of safe consumption sites that will bring together stakeholders from across the city. It has been an absolute pleasure to work alongside Dr. Lamte, We at TPH are all very fortunate to call her a colleague. I call her a friend as well. So thank you, Dr. Lamptey, for your dedication and your leadership. And I'm happy you're still here with us at Toronto Public Health. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Sachs.
Yes, thank you. I just want to acknowledge, as most members know, Councillor Chang has been encouraging us to bring snacks for council meetings. And today, what you have out there is food from the very last session of the Farmers Market this year, which is a tremendous opportunity for us to support local farmers and eat healthy local food, and from the Harvard Bakery, which is one of Toronto's great bakeries, 80 years old, and has just barely survived the reconstruction of Harvard Street. So that's part of why I've got my application for investigation. But in the meantime, let's support them and please enjoy their treats.
Thank you. Thank you. Members, before the recess, I reviewed a number of urgent motions without notice to be added to the agenda. Do we have 18 members? Yeah, okay. Councillor Chernes-Lynn.
Yes, this is a motion to consider, the fact that we don't have Canada Post at the moment, and this is how we normally alert residents to community consultation meetings, other important community meetings, those kind of things. And I think currently what has been the staff practice is to put a notice in the Star, the Toronto Star paper edition, and I just think that that is probably insufficient in today's modern times, and I'd like staff to consider looking at a more robust policy that might consider alternate means to ensure that we're actually letting communities know about these events. Thanks.
On favor? Thank you. Deputy Mayor Malik.
Thank you very much. I have an urgent motion, and the motion is urgent as it will enable the earlier demolition of this site to allow for a more expedited timeline for the project.
Thank you. On favor? Carried. Councillor Morley.
Thanks, Madam Chair. I have a motion here with respect to an application for the Alcohol and Gaming Commission for a local business that has had their operations interrupted and the need to renew.
Okay.
Thank you.
On favor? Carried. Mayor Chow.
I have a motion in front of you that is urgent because it's an appointment of members of council. Members of council to Economic Development and Community Committee and the Toronto Zoo Board of Management. We need to get on with it because we have lots of work to do.
Thank you. On favor? Carried. Councillor Maltno.
I move this for the stated rationale in front of you.
Okay. Raglan Avenue.
I hope you were inspired by that speech.
Very much so.
Thank you.
On favor? Carried. Okay, that's it for now. Members, I will now take the release of polls. The clerk will open the speakers list in CMP, and you can place your name on the list. Councillor Perks.
Speaker, I would like to release PH 24.5 to College Street, sign bylaw. Councillor Cole, which is just the staff recommendation. Councillor Cole has asked me if we could have a recorded vote on it.
Okay, so you're releasing PH 24.5 to College Street?
Yes.
Okay, recorded vote.
It's signed. This is.
Councillor Burnside, your vote, please. Councillor Crisanti. Councillor Burnside, please. Councillor Cole, may we have your vote verbally, please? In the negative, thank you.
The item is adopted. The vote is 20-3.
Okay. Can you? Fletcher.
Speaker, I'm going to see if I can do a couple of quick releases. I'm going to release 20EX 26.11, which is the Oakwimen Menacing implementation update, with a big thank you to all the planning staff at the city and to Create TO and to Waterfront Toronto for this next major step in the redevelopment or the development of our new island. So with that, I would release that. Thank you.
Okay, Councillor Fletcher is releasing EX 26.11. On favor? Carried.
And then for the environment and infrastructure, for the micro-mobility update, there are a few members that have motions that I've looked at, and I think we'd be fine. Did you say hold that?
Yeah,
I'll continue holding then. That's fine. But
okay, wait, hold on. Which item was that?
24.1.
24.1? Okay, so I'll put it in Councillor Thompson.
No, I'm holding it.
Oh, you're holding it?
Continue
Okay.
to hold that. Thank you so much, Speaker.
Thank you.
24.6, Green Lane Landfill Natural Gas Project. I'll release that and thank Councillor Sachs for her work at committee on that.
Okay, on IE 24.6, Councillor Fletcher is releasing. On favor? Carried.
And then IE 24.11, proposed incentive pilot programs to collect and manage stormwater and private property in support of climate resilience. Very exciting opportunity for bins. I'll move that. Thank you.
IE 24.11, Councillor Fletcher is releasing. On favor? Carried.
And then I don't know if I believe that clerks have TE 25.9, 26 Lang. Oh, I'll do that later on. That's fine. Thank you. Thanks.
Is that it?
Yeah, I'm good.
Okay.
Thank you.
Councillor Cheng.
I'd like to release EX 26.3 capital variance report.
Okay, EX 26.3?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, EX 26.3, Councillor Cheng is releasing. On favor? Carried.
I'd like to also release CC 33.16.
Okay.
202 Shepherd Avenue West.
Okay, CC 3316, Councillor Cheng is releasing. On favor? Carried.
And one more, NY 26.8.
Okay, just a sec. Let me get to the page.
I'm not sure, was that moved with recommendations at North York Council?
Okay, just a sec, let me find it. NY 26.8, 3138 Bayview.
Yes, I'd like to move staff recommendations. NY 26.8.
You mean the committee?
Yes.
Yeah. So what was moved at North York? So it's committee, so you're just releasing it?
Yes, that's right.
Okay, so you're not changing anything, you're
No.
just releasing?
Yes, I am.
Okay, NY 26.8, all in favor, carried.
Thank you. That's it.
Councillor Crescenti.
Thank you, Speaker. I'm releasing EC 23.1, Toronto Fire Services 2024 Annual Report.
Okay, Councillor Crescenti is releasing EC 23.1, on favor, carried. Councillor Thompson.
Thank you, Speaker. I'd like to release SC 25.2, 126 Bellamy Road North, and just to thank staff for the great work.
Okay, SC 25.2. Okay, on favor, carried. And then I held down CC 33.13, and Councillor Thompson is going to move an amendment for me, and we can put it on the screen.
Sure.
That's CC 3313, which is a settlement offer for McCormick. It was held down in my name. I've asked Councillor Thompson to move the amendment for me.
You don't have it? Do you want me to continue just to hold it?
We'll have to continue holding it.
Okay. John, do you want?
Yeah, do you want to? John? Oh. Figure it out. Councillor Bravo.
Thank you, Speaker. I would like to release CC 33.4, leave to intervene in Ontario Court of Appeal case on encampments, and there's a...
Okay.
Oh, not a quick release. I'll continue to hold.
Okay. Councillor Sachs.
Yes, I'm going to try to release two items, please. First of all, CC 33.22 to Whitney Avenue, a Heritage Act refusal.
Okay, CC 33.22, Councillor Sachs is releasing. On favor?
No, Madam Speaker, I have questions.
Oh, okay.
Okay, I'll keep holding it.
Okay.
Second one I'll try is TE 25.41, Bathurst Bus.
Okay, just let me
Okay,
find.
I'll keep holding them. Thank you.
Okay. Okay, so we'll now go. Before the recess, Council was considering the Mayor's first key item, together with other automated speed enforcement items on the agenda. We will now return to those items and go. Now, I believe at the time, Councillor Holliday had moved motions, and I believe that there was a question for Councillor Holliday. Councillor Bravo, you had your name up to ask Councillor Holliday a question before lunch.
Thank you, Speaker. My first question is, I assume that if you've identified that school zones are important 7 a.m. till 5 p.m., it's because you're concerned about children, correct?
I got it.
Okay, great. Well, while you think about that, maybe I'll just continue. That one of my questions has to do with what happens at schools after 5 p.m. For example, my children's school had Learning Enrichment Foundation aftercare until 6 p.m. So there were, families exiting after 6 p.m. And I'm just wondering if you're
concerned about that, or that childcare centers may not be included, or just in general that the safety concerns for school areas don't, or children's services areas don't just end at 5 p.m.
So as the parent of 3 children, I absolutely appreciate that kids are busy all hours of the day. I proposed the hours because they were based on how some jurisdictions regulate temporary speed reductions during the school day. I would like to propose something that is meaningful in modifying the program, but I expect and respect that there's probably a little bit of debate about exactly what those hours are. And so if you think different hours would win the hearts and minds of council,
yeah, let me just get to my, I appreciate,
there may be other ways to do it.
I very much appreciate that you recognize that we need automated speed enforcement and that we're aligned there. My other question has to do with the idea of turning on and off randomly. What are you concerned at all about having the infrastructure in place and having someone struck, injured, killed while the enforcement camera is off? Like, what would the liability be?
I guess you didn't catch the speech.
Sorry.
So the explanation on that is if we wanted to design some approaches to the program that would reduce the overall number of tickets and therefore address some of the political issues with this that has this program under threat, by having an automated speed enforcement camera there and the driver not actually knowing whether it's on or off, you almost achieve the exact same effect by the camera simply being
I understand,
there.
and that my question isn't about that. My question is, I'm just trying to understand here. What happens when the camera's off and something occurs to a person? I'm just wondering if you thought about the implications of that, but I appreciate your answer.
What on earth
and
does
my
that
last
have
question,
to do whether they get a ticket in the mail a month later?
Yeah, thank you. But I guess you're worried about people getting tickets, and I'm worried about the impact on
I'm worried
people.
about a program going down the drain that is hanging
and
by
I
a thread.
appreciate
And
that.
if we
I'm
don't
not
take
arguing
a step,
Okay. Councillor Bravo, one last question.
Yes,
One
thank
last
you.
question.
It's just, I guess the concern being around the time of day piece is that we have people going to parks, elderly people walking around, shift workers coming home late at night. Why do we extend the care to children in a school area during a certain amount of times while not as if I understand that you want to reduce the numbers of tickets, but perhaps if people sped less, they would have fewer tickets.
So the whole
Councillor Bravo, that was your last.
The heart of this is to bring this back to schools rather than being a generic speed enforcement program across the city, recognizing that there's a difference between a school safety zone and a community safety zone, which is broader and could be far larger reaching in the city. And it's this lack of discipline that I think has put the program at risk. And if we were to take corrective steps at council, meaningful corrective steps, we may be able to convince people to save this program.
Thank you. Councillor Carroll, clarification of the motion.
It is a clarification and one I shared with the councillor beforehand. So to make it quick, kids have extracurriculars. Would you consider it a friendly amendment to make that 7 a.m. to 9 p.m.?
If that's what wins the hearts and minds of this council, absolutely.
Done. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Matlow to speak.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. First of all, I want to thank the mayor. I know that there were some disagreements, some very respectful disagreements, tactical disagreements over the motion that I moved that is part of the bundle now. But I want to thank the mayor for working with me. We made some adjustments to the motion that I think is agreeable, hopefully to all, certainly with the mayor. And the reason
motion?
I don't need to move it. It's the member's motion that's part of the
okay,
yeah.
Okay.
But the reason that we worked together on this is because we have a very, very common goal. And I believe that all of us should have that common goal, which is that we want our streets to be safe. We're hearing from our residents that there are too many members of our communities who are seriously injured or killed on our roads. And they want us to have a toolbox, a diverse array of different tools, context specific, to be able to address those concerns. So that's why we developed Vision Zero. That's why we have so heavily invested into improving our streets so that they're designed better and they've got what they need to be safer. And the reality is we haven't done enough yet. There's so much more that we can do. But we shouldn't be removing the very few effective tools that we have to keep our communities safe. And I find it, frankly, very hypocritical of the Premier of Ontario, who talks about his support for the police, yet ignores what all the chiefs of police across Ontario are telling him, that they want us to be able to keep those cameras to keep people safe. This is a Premier who talks about law and order, but believes that people who are driving at excessive speeds should face no consequences. Right through our neighborhoods, right near our schools, where our kids are crossing the street. What a real leader does if they've got concerns about something is they work with people to try to fix things, improve things, not simply to have a tantrum and remove an effective tool to keep our kids safe. I find it insulting, I find it shameful, and incredibly disappointing. And I say that as both a councillor and as a dad. We need better. Now, there have been reasonable concerns from the public that we should work with them and we should be addressing. There are, sorry, there was a little disruption there. There's been hyperbole used by some politicians, including the Premier of Ontario, that the cameras are simply a cash grab. They have been gaslighting people and lying to people, saying that the city is dinging people 1 or 2 kilometers if they drive 1 or 2 kilometers over the speed limit. That's not true. There's been a discussion about this for weeks. I have never seen anyone demonstrate that they received a ticket for driving less than 10 kilometers over the speed limit. I haven't seen it. Now, people misremember. People sometimes believe they received a ticket, and I get that. And if any mistake happened, if an error happened, that has to be addressed. I do get that your right foot isn't always perfectly aligned on the pedal, and sometimes you're trying to obey the law and you go a little bit over. This program should not and is not about going after people who are trying to obey the law. But if you're going 11, 12, 15 or more, if you're excessively speeding, if you are being reckless and dangerous in our neighborhoods where our kids are walking, then there should be consequences. And frankly, many of us learn by facing those consequences, and then most of us try to improve our behavior. There are some people who will never, ever, ever care about other people, and they will behave in a way that demonstrates that. But they might care about their own wallet, and that's why those fines are important. We're never going to have a police officer on every street in our city, nor should we. Technology is a good tool to use to supplement that and to be more effective. So I want to thank the Mayor for very righteously and correctly taking a stand on this issue. I want to thank the majority of council for standing up for your communities. Like, I'm proud to be working with each of you who have said that this is important, because it takes courage to say that, because there's sometimes some populist political pushback.
5 seconds.
But you know you're right because you're listening to your residents. And together, let's ask the public to take a stand and get this government to capitulate.
Thank you. Councillor Moyes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I do have a motion, and there's two parts to it. Really, one of them is to disclose the data for the average speed limits observed exceeding the speed limit in our city. Dr. Gray, the General Manager of Transportation, Barbara Gray, mentioned that that information has been made public already. So really just to formally make sure it is available. And the second one is the breakdown of the City of Toronto's annual spending on calming measures citywide for 23, 24, and 25 year. As most of you know, that I sit on the AMO board, and at our last meeting last week, we had a robust debate or conversation around speed enforcement program across the province. And the AMO board has come out, and the AMO president have come out to support the continued use of ASE, as well as 27 mayors from across the province have signed on to a letter as well. And so, and as Councillor Matlow mentioned, the chiefs of police across Ontario have also supported the program. So why the Premier has been so adamant about ending this program is beyond any of us. And I'm happy that now, hopefully this council will show some leadership and also support similar programs or stands to AMO as well. In Toronto Centre, in the last couple of years, we've had many deaths on the streets of Toronto, and they've all been with vehicles. You know, we've had a lot of broken bones, we've had concussions, we've even had deaths in the core of the city. And what we don't talk about is that who are most of these perpetrators? They are people who actually come into the work in the morning from 9 to 5 and going home in the evenings to 9 to 5. They often forget that Toronto is a city of neighborhoods. There are many children here, there's seniors here, and everyone in between. Jarvis Street, for example, there's 9 schools on Jarvis, from the Esplanade all the way up to Bloor Street. 9 schools. And so most people don't realize that. And I have seen a lot of close calls. And the speed enforcement cameras do make difference. They have made a difference. You know, the sick kids data has shown that. And it is a complete disservice to the people of the city and this province if the ASE devices are removed. So I hope the Premier continues to have an open mind, you know, and to listen. I know he himself has children. He has nieces and nephews and others. And I hope that they are also counseling him and advising him of the importance of these devices. We cannot have police officers in every street corner, and nor do we want them to. I work very closely with 51 Division and Toronto Police in general, and I can say to you that they are inundated with other things happening in our city. And spending their time in speed traps is not the way I'd like them to utilize their time. Our officers are very well paid in this city. We know that. That's a different story, and they deserve every penny that they earn. But I would rather them dealing with the actual crimes in the city rather than having to be standing in the street corner ticketing people. So again, thank you to my colleagues. I do hope that the support here is unanimous. I hope it's a recorded vote, but I'm going to request it's a recorded vote, so that we can show in a unified voice that we do support this very, very important program, which the province themselves brought forth. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. Councillor Shan.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise to speak in support of continuing this program and showing a strong support for this program in this debate that we are seeing across the province. As we know, any kind of change would need different things. So we would need education, of course. We will need design changes, but we also need enforcement. So to pitch this debate as one or the other is not the right approach. In fact, we need to do better in terms of education. We need to do better in design. But one of the things we struggled with is that we did not have enough enforcement of speed-related rules. And that's exactly why this was necessary, because we didn't have the people power number of officers to be able to enforce the kind of speed limits across the city, and this became at the right time and is working. I'm coming from Toronto District School Board. As the chair, I know there's about 600 schools in the city, and then that's just Toronto District School Board. There are schools from the separate school board, private schools, and so on. We probably have over 1,000 locations that need this kind of support, and I'm not surprised that the number of community safety zones are increasing, because that's what most of these school communities are asking for. During my canvassing time in the last 3 months, I canvassed the entire ward, and generally people are concerned about speeding around their neighborhood, around their schools. And this is a program that's working. It's working through science, it's working through evidence, it's working through talking to people. I myself drive quite often, and my behavior has changed because of this. And a lot of other people's behavior has changed because of knowing that, this is the kind of expected behavior. If you're just limiting it to speed traps, it becomes an occasional enforcement. The chance of you being caught speeding is much less. And so these cameras, the automated enforcement, has changed behavior. And if you're in doubt, you can talk to people who drive often and ask them, has it changed? And the answer would be yes, it has changed. It might have changed because they've better appreciation for others' safety, but it might have changed because they have better wanting to protect their finances better. So I just wanted to say that if it's working, it's doing what it's supposed to do, why do we need to change it? In fact, this is something we need to prioritize and advocate for. I understand there's some clarity needed, some clarity on some of the locations. We really don't know why some of those locations do have those cameras when there's no school close by. It's actually a long stretch of places without any other residential area. We do have some of those locations, so maybe a review of some of the locations, maybe a bit more clarity on the penalty, just as I mentioned, that, we see it on highways. When we drive on highways, we see the limit being posted and then saying, if you go 20 over, 30 over, this is what you would be paying. I do think, though, one of the alarming thing is that I do want those who actually seriously violate the speed rules to be connected to the enforcement from a criminal approach. Because if somebody is getting a ticket and they're going 30 over, 50 over, 50, 60 over in a school zone, they should be somehow held accountable other than their number plate and the license too. So I would want to see an enhanced program here where we actually know the serious perpetrators, dangerous drivers, stunt drivers who put others' life and their lives at risk be held accountable. So what we need is a more enhanced program, not reduced program. So I'm strongly in support of this. I also don't think changing times of the day works with school community. When children are around school, they feel the same level of safety around those areas, and it's important for us to make sure that we have those. And final point I would make is that in Scarborough, in many of our areas, we've had real difficulty in getting some of the other tools that are at our disposal for safety and traffic calming, like speed humps and extra stop sign. It's been difficult to do some of those things for multiple reasons. So I think it would be good to, while we review this, it will also be good to have added measures that can pass in those requests from our community so we can actually see those implemented in many areas within Scarborough. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Bravo?
Like so many residents in the city of Toronto, I am just flabbergasted by how a panic has been generated about a program intended to protect the majority because it may inconvenience a few people. And I think that's where we are right now. I appreciate that we're united in wanting to find a solution here and keeping this program, and why not? This program was studied, adopted, approved by the provincial government because it was found to be a solution to a huge problem, which is people getting hurt and killed on our streets, not just in Toronto, but in other parts of the province. Sure, when the Premier and his caucus members and some people in the community said, we don't like this anymore, a bunch of made-up facts and a bunch of made-up arguments have been marshaled. It's clear from the answers we get from the City of Toronto CFO that there's no cash grab here. The money goes to the province, the money goes to running the program, and the money is reinvested in keeping people safe on our streets. It's clear that it actually works. The Premier has said this thing doesn't work. Well, I think that, that's against what Sick Kids Hospital has said in their study. That's against what the chiefs of police have said in terms of their support for this program. It's against even the voice of CAA, an organization that represents drivers, which says, hey, you know what? This is a deterrent. It works. So I'm not sure who it is that is speaking here, but I think the 22, at least 22 mayors in Ontario who have requested of the provincial government that this continues, I think that they have a pretty good ear to the ground and communities. And we know because people are coming to us and they're saying, I'm afraid for my children, I'm afraid for my seniors walking around in this city. Wouldn't it be great if we could get out of the business of automated speed cameras altogether? But in the meantime, we have a duty of care. We have an obligation to people to act for them and to support them. It's really troubling when I hear news stories that say that there's someone in the Prime Minister, the Premier's office was forgiven for stunt driving. That's not okay. Using I presume, a taxpayer-funded vehicle. We have one vehicle that was assigned for a cabinet, which was going 50 kilometers over the limit 12 times in a year. So that's once a month, just going 50 kilometers over the speed limit. That's not okay. If that's what we're trying to enable here, if that's what the Premier is trying to enable here, we cannot permit that. And so uniting to find solutions is essential. I find it hard to accept some of the arguments that say that it was badly implemented, because we know that where we put in a camera, something has happened, including a death, including in my community, a 23-year-old young woman who was killed outside of Dufferin Mall riding her bike, and we have a speed camera there. We get requests from community members because they have near misses constantly. When they're walking their kids to daycare, they're walking their kids to school. We have to think about this and hold this true. What we have done here in the City of Toronto is implement a really important shield. And that's why I was so happy to stand with a huge group of parents and their small children and their supporters from the neighborhood. And there was a parade and there was a press conference. I think what we're seeing in this province and in this city is that a new constituency is waking up, because I can tell you that rally was organized by a mom who's never done any political activism before. She doesn't even have time to follow politics, she says. But you know what? She's doing it for Goldie, her daughter. And there are going to be a lot more moms and a lot more parents and a lot more community members who are going to have to stand up together to say no. But this is a powerful, powerful voice. When we're fighting for each other in this way, it's about people not being injured and not being killed. And that's a minimum obligation, I think, for an elected official, whether it's in this city council or whether it's at the Ontario legislature.
Thank you. Councillor Myers.
Thank you, Speaker. I'd first like to start by introducing a motion on behalf of Councillor Matlow and Mayor Chow that they had worked together on. Put it on the screen, please. Yeah, so it's just the motion at the bottom. Yeah, there you go. Thank you very much. So I'll start my remarks by just saying, a few months ago, I stood in this chamber to share the story of Christina Huang, who Mayor Chow also spoke about, who's a young schoolgirl from my ward of Scarborough North, who lost her life just walking to school. She was in a school zone, and there was still improper driving. I think probably the worst part of this job of being a counselor is when someone in your community dies from getting hit by a speeding vehicle. You feel responsible and powerless at the same time. What's so shocking about what the Premier's done is that he sat in this very council and he had to deal with those same issues in terms of pedestrians in his ward getting killed. And the fact that he would do something so reckless without any evidence because a few people complained, I just find it so irresponsible for a leader, particularly a leader who knows better and who's shown us that he can do better. I feel that, despite the debate we're having here, at the end of the day, we're appealing to one person's opinion. No matter what we decide, it's really, what does Doug Ford think? Which is not the way governments, at least in democracy, should function. This is, Toronto, not North Korea or, dare I say, Washington, D.C. And again, this just goes back to why I introduced that motion on Charter City. Whether it's speed cameras, whether it's bike lanes, whether it's blue bins, we can't seem to make a decision without Doug Ford running interference because someone got in his ear or someone made a complaint. And this is just no way to run a city. Toronto's a city of 3.5 million people. We are one of the wealthiest cities in the world. We can make a decision without getting the buy-in from Doug Ford or whoever happens to be the premier of the day. And I think this is just another example of why what we're doing with the Charter City work with the program advisory body is just so important, because people like Christina and all the other victims of road violence deserve so much better than what they're getting at Queen's Park. And I think we need to send a very, very clear message to the Premier that this is just totally unacceptable. And I know I will be letting my residents know who to contact if something happens on our streets and the speed cameras removed. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Chernes-Lynn.
Thank you, Speaker. Well, I have to say that I am deeply disappointed that the Premier rejected the proposal from over 20 mayors to implement automated speed enforcement only in school zones. It's a sad day when we can't agree that safety of our children comes first. Removing ASE is a reckless, irresponsible move that puts our most vulnerable road users at risk, children and seniors. I think it's really important to note that ASE is only used in school and community safety zones, and we heard today from staff that this program regularly clocks people going over 100 kilometers an hour over the speed limit, and that the highest recorded ticket was 187 in a 50 zone. 187 in the city. That's just shocking. We know that reducing vehicle speeds save lives, and the data shows that ASE is one of the most effective measures in our toolkit to reduce vehicle speeds. An evaluation of ASE conducted by TMU and Sick Kids found that the proportion of vehicles speeding was 45% lower in areas with an ASE device, and that excessive speeding, 20 kilometers an hour over the speed limit, was reduced by 87%. Research shows that going 10 kilometers over the speed limit means you're 3 times more likely to kill someone walking or cycling. Speed is an influencing factor in approximately 1/4 of fatal collisions in Canada. Higher speeds contribute to a greater risk by reducing driver reaction time, increasing vehicle stopping distance, and inflicting more severe blunt force trauma on victims upon impact. And I would imagine that every single one of us in this councillor chamber has had people who have been hit by cars where speed was a factor, where the outcomes have been horrific. A few things I just think we have to highlight. This is not about revenue. It's about changing driver behavior. As these tickets work, and we give it time, the tickets issued will go down. And nobody likes a ticket. I don't like a ticket. I know nobody likes a ticket. But that's why the program works. That's what makes a difference. We all have a responsibility to obey the speed limit, even provincial cabinet members and their staff. I will be supporting the improvements to the city's ASE program. that Mayor Chow has brought forward at Infrastructure and Environment Committee. I know there are more that are coming today. I think it's really important that everyone support these measures. And I would just also add that I did request staff provide briefing materials in the interim. I think the things that we're all asking for are important today, but many of that information won't come till later. So I really think it's important that staff provide briefing materials in the interim to all councillors' offices so that we can advocate more effectively using clear and objective information about the efficacy of this program. It's important that we're all talking about the facts and getting our messaging correct. Thank you.
Thank you. Deputy Mayor Malik to speak.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Speed cameras save lives, and they are a critical tool for making our roads safer, along with those speed humps, those stop signs and traffic lights and bike lanes. And if we lose them, as we have said and reiterated here this afternoon again and again, there will be real consequences on our roads. And I want to address in my remarks something that I have heard other politicians say. This idea that people do not support them or people do not want them. Because I cannot count how many meetings I have been to across communities in my ward where residents have asked, how can we get a speed camera here? How can we get it in this intersection? How can we get one in our community? How can we be part of that rotation? Because they want their kids and their neighbors' kids to be able to walk to school safely. They want their neighbors of all ages to be able to get around their communities safely. They want to be part of changing that behavior that makes our streets safer. And I'm consistently working with communities across my ward to make our roads safe. And the provincial government continues to limit our evidence-based methods that we know actually do make our roads safer. Things like bike lanes and, yes, speed cameras. Especially in our downtown, there are so many roads that are classified in a way that we cannot actually implement some of these measures, speed humps being one of them. And speed cameras make a real difference there. We know that speed is a major factor for pedestrian injuries and deaths, and I will just reiterate again what has been shared by my colleagues here, and that is a statistic that we have all become very familiar with, that is very well documented. When a vehicle collides with a pedestrian at 30 kilometers an hour, there's a 90% chance of survival. At 45 kilometers an hour, the survival rate drops to 50%. And at 80 kilometers an hour over, survival is nearly zero. Since 2005 in the city of Toronto, we have not had a year where a pedestrian has not been injured or killed. And that should be sobering to every single one of us who cares about our communities and who has loved ones in this city. We've never had a year where a cyclist has not been injured or killed. Hundreds of Torontonians have lost their lives on our roads, and communities and families have been impacted. This is unacceptable to me, to my residents, and to the communities that we serve, and I know that's unacceptable to you as well. We have to expand, not reduce, the number of tools we have to make our roads and our communities safer. And I support the motions put forward. I support Mayor Chow's initiative to strengthen the automated speed enforcement program. And we must continue to strengthen our city's Vision Zero plan until all our roads are truly safe for every single person who uses them. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Councillor Burnside.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Speaker. You know, Councillor Matlow talked about this program supplementing the police, and that's the intent. It's not to...
Do you have a motion?
Oh, yeah, I do have a motion. Thanks. Forgot about that one. Put it on the screen, please. Thank you. You thought I'd forget. I can't even get it. While they do it, do I get my time put back?
Did you want to talk, did you want to speak?
Yeah, I want to speak.
Yeah,
I'll talk
okay,
about it.
can you just,
Do you want me to read my motion or?
well, just kind of, yeah, so
Okay,
people know.
City Council direct the General Manager of Transportation Services to review speed limits in the community safety zones where the roadway is 4 or more lanes and recommend appropriate changes consistent with Vision Zero goals, roadway designs, and common sense. So, Madam Speaker, Councillor Matlow talked about the program supplementing the police, and he was bang on. It was never meant to supplant the police. And unfortunately, that's what the program has become. We rely so heavily on these speed cameras where 11% of the tickets are actually, plates are obstructed. And we rely so heavily thinking that speed is the only problem in terms of dangerous driving. Never mind red lights, never mind stop signs, never mind weaving in and out. The police have basically abrogated their responsibility as a partner in ensuring that we have safe roads. Having said all that, I believe in the automated speed enforcement program. But that doesn't mean that it can't be improved. Unfortunately, the recommendations in terms of the improvement are actually going to potentially make the safety situation worse. The idea that we should be advertising in large signs where we're conducting speed enforcement is a problem. Only 7% of the zones, depending on the direction, have cameras. We heard that there are, I think it was 150 cameras, 2,200 potential locations. It's like 7% if they're all working. The program only works, hey, Councillor Bradford. Thanks, buddy. The program only works if people are surprised that there's enforcement. Not when we advertise, we're saying, hey, here's the 7% of the times you have to obey the speed limit. If there's no advertising sign, no big sign with flashing lights, then you can just speed because we know the police aren't doing anything either. So that's the first problem. The other problem is the idea that someone gets a 7-day free pass. If someone's ripping through a community safety zone at, let's say, 80 and a 30, and they do it once, but then the next day they do it, and the next 6 days they do it, and they don't get a ticket, that's totally ridiculous. The idea that you somehow get a ticket once, and then you have that 7 days to do as you like, that is nonsensical. If that's the way the program is going to be structured, you question whether it's even worth saving. But my point of my motion is people do have a valid argument. For instance, in my questions, I asked about Avenue Road south of St. Clair. There's not one house facing Avenue Road at that location. It's 3 lanes northbound, 3 lanes southbound. It's absolutely straight, and the speed limit's 40 kilometers per hour. Someone getting a ticket for 50, 51, 52, whatever that threshold is, that's a problem. The speed limit used to be 50. In some locations, we've made the speed limit ridiculously low. What we need to do is review the speed limits, make the speed limits fair with the goals in mind, and then penalize people who are actually doing something that's unreasonable. So going 65 on Avenue Road, that's a problem. Going 51, I'm not so sure. So when we have all this populist rhetoric about speed cameras being cash grabs, that's where it emanates. Places like Avenue Road, places like Mount Pleasant Road that are now 40 kilometers at the bottom there, where it used to be 60. We need to right-size it, make it reasonable, and then we'll get the buy-in of more people. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. Councillor Carroll.
Thanks, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I rise not to move a motion, but to remind people that there's one item that isn't attached to all the considerations in this item.
Motion?
No, I said I rise not to move a motion. That was my first sentence. I rise not to move a motion, but to draw councillors' attention, I do have the, I don't
Okay,
understand.
because I have on the list that you have a motion.
Oh, my friendly amendment, I
Yes,
apologize.
that's what I was going to
Okay.
mention, because this morning you asked a question and asked if you
Thank you. But
moved
while
it,
we've
friendly.
been taking care of that confusion, I do hope my clock might start again because
Yeah.
I entirely forgot that I needed to officially move that friendly amendment, which is simply, if it goes up on the board, it's just simply to amend Councillor Holliday's motion that if we're going to go with time specific on enforcement with the cameras, that it be 7 to 9 p.m. to take into account all extracurriculars and kids who don't go to bed till 9 p.m.
Okay, thanks.
That being said, I also want to draw councillors' attentions to the one thing that's not attached to all these items, and that is the administrative inquiry at the beginning of the agenda. It is a very concise briefing note, including really all the things we ask questions about all morning, and the breakdown of what we do and where we go. It actually puts to bed this idea of the cash grab. Because yes, 24% of everything we collect in the speed enforcement program writ large, whether it's an officer or a camera, goes back to the province. Goes to the province in the form of $8.25 MTO searches to get the data to issue the ticket. Goes right back to them and helps fund MTO. The rest of it goes to what's called a victim fine surcharge. They're collecting for addressing the needs of victims the same way we do here in Toronto with Victim Services, our charity. 35% of all collected goes to the administration of the speed enforcement program. And I mean administration in all of its forms, because it requires both police and city action to administrate. And finally, 41% goes to the very transportation cost to alter the roadways, to create traffic calming, all of the things that the Premier is saying that we should do instead of having cameras. That's how we fund them. And so, what that speaks to is the fact that all along we have been doing a combination of things. We're not relying entirely on automated speed enforcement. Police officers have never stopped pulling over people for speed. You do still get caught by a speed gun and a human being in a uniform from time to time. So we do have a police service speed enforcement program as well. But we have a combination. We have the police officer pulling people over. We have our transportation office implementing the kinds of traffic calming and road solutions that also change behavior over time. And finally, we have the cameras themselves, because we can't be everywhere at once without those cameras. But here's the potential when we do have those cameras. Those allow both red light camera and speed cameras. I'm sorry, I'm really having trouble hearing myself think. Could we stop my clock?
Please, councillors.
It's just that I can't even hear myself now.
No.
I apologize for having to do that. What we do with all of that is allow the police officer to actually be in many places at once, because there is still an officer in the equation. We heard from a gentleman this morning who runs that program on our behalf, and that's great. But he's not allowed to actually issue the ticket until an officer says so. These are laws, and so it requires law enforcement, and that's very much a component of this. But the officer who has to review these things, now that officer can be in many places at once. Running that room, running those computer terminals allows them to be looking at every school. And in a city with 1,000 schools, you better believe that in this day and age, there's really no other way to do that, unless the police officers have this also in their back pocket as a way to do this. Now, I appreciate that the Premier once briefed that, in fact, he couldn't decide what the grace amount was, what the special place was at which point you issue a ticket. He couldn't tell an officer what to do. He was frustrated. But you don't address frustration by saying, I'm frustrated by this, so make it disappear. What you do is pull together all the people who are a part of the thing that is frustrating you and come up with a consistent and fair solution to what is frustrating you. I don't see why that couldn't be possible. It's certainly what every municipality is asking for, and it is certainly what our residents in the dozens, in the hundreds, in the thousands, in my case, where we reached out and said, what do you think electronically? people are saying, why are we throwing the whole thing out? In the thousands. And so if there's a frustration here on the part of the few, people who got tickets, me included, you might be frustrated. I was certainly frustrated. Couldn't argue with the picture though. But if we're frustrated with the fact that one of my tickets was on Boxing Day night at 1:30 a.m. Sure, was I going 40 in a 30 zone, dropping a kid off? Yeah, but that's the law. And so if we want to fix that, Councillor Holliday's got a motion we could bring to the table and talk to the Premier about.
5
Mayor
seconds.
Chow has a solution. Let's put them on the table and come up with a consistent and fair solution.
Thank you. Councillor Bradford.
You want Councillor Cole to go first on the list, or? Oh, okay, no problem. Thanks, Madam Speaker. I have a motion here, and it's just to amend the final recommendation on IE 24.13 to clarify support for automated speed enforcement in school zones. And it's a minor tweak, but I think it will, when we send this up the street to Queen's Park, I think that this will clarify the intent and show a willingness for us to sort of work together here to see if there's something that we can land between City Hall and the province on this. And I think that's important because all of us here in this chamber want the same thing, which is safer streets for everybody in Toronto, for our families, for our neighbors, for our seniors, for our communities. We all hear about that. I know that's been a big thing in Beaches East York, and I know that's a big thing in your ward and from Scarborough to Etobicoke and everywhere in between. And I think that is going to require at this point, at this fork in the road, a spirit of collaboration, some leadership, and a plan that responds to some of the challenges that we've been seeing with the program over the past couple of years. There's two things for me that are crystal clear on this one. Number one is a speed camera is not terribly effective if it's laying on the ground on the side of the road. It's not actually operational. And number two, the Premier has made it equally clear that this is a program that he is intending to end province-wide. So we've heard from different experts and different organizations and universities and researchers that one of the key factors influencing speed or driver behavior is road design. And I think Councillor Burnside's point about Avenue Road, when a road is designed for 60 kilometers an hour, you can slap a sign up that says 30 kilometers an hour, but people are still going to drive it like it was designed, like it was engineered, and like it was built, which was for 60 kilometers an hour. That is generally true, and I think that's a good point. And whether you sign it at 30 kilometers an hour or put up a speed camera, it's not actually going to shape the difference of how people are moving on that street. So I've worked with my residents in Beaches East York. We've installed more road safety improvement measures in Beaches East York last term than anywhere else in the city. And I worked street by street, community group by community group to do that, to provide contextually sensitive and responsive designs for the local streets, for the neighborhoods. You know, that includes things that we've been talking about: speed humps, stop signs, crosswalks, school safety zones, and actually down at Woodbine, an illuminated chevron across the bend, the first one in Toronto. But I think we all, as a council, need to sort of have the humility to recognize the current approach as it is set up, everything from the actual design of the speed cameras, which continue to be getting buzzed down with a Sawzall, to the hours of operation, to where we have the speed limit set. None of that stuff is working, and it's not sustainable. So I think that they can play a helpful role in school zones. I think actually everybody here in the council chamber agrees on that. And I think we can also put our heads towards practical road design changes that have been proven to change driver behavior, that have been proven to shape the outcomes of how traffic moves through a neighborhood, how traffic moves through a school zone. And that is what is most effective in keeping vulnerable populations safe. So I think there's a bunch of good proposals on the table here. I think adding larger signage, I think the piece about a 7-day grace period after the first ticket is thoughtful. I like Councillor Holliday's motion about the hours of operation. At the end of the day, this is not about ideology. It is about practical results. And these cameras are meant to protect pedestrians, but they can't do that if they are constantly laying on the ground and not operational. And I think we need a strategy here at Council that keeps these things operational in a targeted and strategic way around school zones. So that's what I'll be supporting. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. Councillor Sachs.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. This program is already targeted and strategic. We're here because it works. We're here because 500,000 times people refuse to comply with the law. Nobody law-abiding is...
Councillor Sachs, do you have a motion?
I'm sorry. Yes, thank you. I have a motion.
Can you present it, please?
Yes, my motion is to get the information that I was not able to get here today. How much do we have to increase our taxes to replace automated speed cameras with individual police officers without degrading other police services? And since I did ask ahead of time to have that information available here, it wasn't provided today, so I am asking the Chief Financial Officer to approach the police and get that information. But I do want to get back to what we're doing here today. So my colleague, Mr. Burnside, has just said, here are 2 examples where the speed limits are nuts. And he says, Avenue Road, nobody lives there. He says, there's no houses there. That's right, because it's 2 schools and a series of apartment buildings, and is shortly going to have a retirement home. So is he saying that people who live in apartment buildings don't get protection? That people who live in retirement homes don't get protection, that school kids don't get protection? The Avenue Road Safety Coalition, thousands of people worked for 8 years to ask this council and their councillor, which is me, to bring in a reduction in the speed limit because it's unsafe and the sidewalks don't even meet AODA requirements. We did it for the safety of the people who live there, and they count. He also calls out Mount Pleasant. How outrageous it is that we have a level of speed on Mount Pleasant that pedestrians have a reasonable chance of surviving. Why did we reduce the speed on Mount Pleasant? Because a young woman was slaughtered by a speeding truck. Exactly there, and it's next to a school. These speed limits are set for a reason on the request of the community to protect the lives of the people in my community, and they want this. We're hearing, oh, we don't have public support anymore. We absolutely have public support for this. And if you think about the evidence is overwhelming, it improves safety. The evidence is overwhelming. It saves us money. It saves us a lot of money at a time that we are being throttled financially because it would cost so much money to have police officers sitting there. And then we get complaints about racial discrimination if there's an individual human involved in issuing the tickets, which we don't have with the cameras. And that's important to a lot of people. There is, if we didn't have these cameras, our city, and my ward in particular, would be markedly less safe. We already have huge problems around schools with long lineups of cars because people are afraid to let their kids walk to school. We're working hard to try to encourage parents to let their kids walk to school. It's healthier, it's safer, it gives them some independence. But we can't do that if it's not safe. And taking away the cameras in school zones will make it less safe for those kids. So that means less freedom. We also know that if they walk to school, they pay more attention in class, they're more alert, they get better results. So everything that the Premier will do with this proposed change is bad for our city, it's bad for our downtown, it's bad for our children, it's contrary to science, it's not based on any legitimate evidence, and the arguments that we are hearing today to give up on parts of the system are not justified by evidence. I am supporting Some of these motions, we need to save the program to every degree that we can. We need to put our best foot forward on the evidence, but there is no doubt the people in my ward want speed cameras, they want more speed cameras, and they want the reckless drivers that are going 50, 100, 130 kilometers an hour more than the speed limit. They should be getting much higher penalties, but they need to get caught first, and we can't do it without the cameras. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Holiday has a question for Councillor Sack. Clarification of the motion.
So your motion asks for some cost information from the police. Is it your intention to literally get the price to put a police officer at 150 locations for 24/7 a day?
Yes.
And do you see that as a reasonable comparable to the outcome of the program?
Yes.
Okay.
Councillor Perks to speak.
Thank you. Speaker, I just conferred with the General Manager of Transportation, and year to date, there have been 30 people killed on Toronto streets by cars and 150 people seriously injured. And I want to underscore, when we say seriously injured, that's a life-altering injury. That's the year-to-date statistics. That's not a full year. This is a serious issue. I want to thank all the members of council because we have been pretty serious in our conversation here. We've canvassed the issues in terms of what the science says. We've canvassed the issues in terms of what the regulations are. We've canvassed the issues in terms of what it is to be dealing with, frankly, a really intransigent provincial government. And that's what we should be doing. We should be taking very seriously the lives of the people we represent and how we serve them and protect them. On the other hand, if I could just have the clip. With the volume. Oh dear.
You think someone would come up with common sense and say, okay, we're putting speed bumps on Parkside Drive, we're putting turnabouts. You just...
Thank you. Speed bumps on Parkside Drive and turnabouts. That's supposedly a serious answer. Now, anyone who ever travels on Parkside Drive knows it's a TTC route. And they know that the Institute of Professional Engineers across North America and the, I'm going to forget what it is, the city transportation leaders, similarly across North America, advise against putting speed bumps on arterial roads for a lot of reasons, not the least of which being that the weight on a bus wheel hitting a speed bump causes a jarring shock which is much greater than that of what happens when a car hits it, and that it is a serious risk to any passenger who's standing or any passenger who has a disability if that bus hits that speed bump. A serious person would also know that Parkside, or the High Park, is an area of natural and scientific interest and also has a retaining wall. So you can't take any land into the High Park to build a roundabout, and the roundabout would have to be massive because it has to accommodate the turning radius of a TTC bus. So you would have to literally buy houses on Parkside and knock them down in order to do what Premier Ford says is the answer. But that's not the end of it. This council has taken action on Parkside Drive and come up with a program of 11 separate initiatives to make it safer. One of them was to install bike lanes on Parkside Drive to narrow it so we could reduce the speeds. However, the province of Ontario has brought in legislation that makes it difficult to put bike lanes in, and they have yet to promulgate the regulations for what municipalities need to do in order to satisfy them that a new bike lane is worthwhile. In other words, Premier Ford has already done everything in his power to make Parkside Drive less safe. And taking down speed cameras and suggesting you're going to put bumps underneath buses and buy houses and knock them down to build giant roundabouts, this is not serious. And I think this is that, you know, if there's one thing I've heard during the debate, is that people in communities, city councils, city mayors, the chiefs of police, and I'm sure if we ask them, the other emergency services would all say, this is crackers. This is nonsense. So good for us at City Council for taking it seriously. Good for us for looking at ways of trying to find an accommodation with an obviously unreasonable premier. But at the end of the day, our final duty is to give a strong and clear signal, the premier, his cabinet, members of provincial parliament, and the people we represent, that we will do everything in our power to keep the people we represent safe. Thank you.
Councillor Candavel.
I think Councillor Fletcher, okay. Okay, no problem. Yeah, thank you, Madam Speaker. I think lost in the conversation this last week is the origins of ASC, and we heard very clearly from staff, it's the province. The province of Ontario gave us the regulatory framework in 2019. So this idea that the Premier is putting forward that municipalities or cities, or us in this case, are doing this cash grab as he describes is false. I think it's very important for us to make clear to our public that the regulatory framework has been provided to us by the province. So this in fact is a project of the province. Number two, we heard very clearly from community, from councillors, the opportunity cost of taking officers who are right now addressing an obvious and clear gun violence problem in our city away from more important crimes and concerns towards ticketing reckless drivers is clearly not in their priority or our city's priority. The costs would increase clearly if we're asking officers to take on more workload. And finally, I think this question on how do we land as a council on this issue? I think many of our colleagues have brought forth considerations that allow us and the ability to demonstrate this isn't a cash grab. This is in fact a worthy opportunity as it has served over many years to provide road safety measures to improve the quality of life in our neighborhoods. Should we be open to reform? Completely. And we see that in the host of motions before us that allow us to create greater awareness, to bring attention to where and when cameras are placed and how drivers can notice them. But I think we have to, look back on this last 7 years. We've seen the Premier crawl back legislation that was against the public interest. We saw that initially with sex ed. He had come in, many of us were at the school board, and see that threat pulled back with the existing curriculum staying. We've seen it with the Greenbelt. So it's very important that our efforts here reinforce that this framework was A, provincial, B, existing for 5+ years now in terms of the operation of the cameras, and lastly, that there is a space for reform within the existing framework to acknowledge the populist sentiment that this is a cash grab, to acknowledge that it's not. It's geared towards changing behavior, especially around school zones. And that, I think, is the observation many of us had within our communities, that the importance and the priority around school zones in particular. And I think we have to be open to certain changes that acknowledge the ability for us to get concessions out of the Premier without bringing our way or the highway approach. So I want to commend all the conversations and amendments that have come from colleagues towards this approach, and a reminder that there is, I believe, space for us to get changes to this proposed revision by the Premier, so it places families and schools at the center of road safety. Thank you.
Councillor Morley.
I don't have a mic. Thanks, Madam Speaker. I won't ask about my time being reset because I will not need it all. But I do want to rise today to speak in support of the city's strong advocacy and work to hopefully collaborate with the province on maintaining these automated speed camera enforcement tools. We heard others of my colleagues speak about this program not working. And I would take issue with that statement because, as we've heard at length from our discussion with our city staff and that we discussed at Infrastructure and Environment Committee as well, these tools are absolutely working, and the proof is in the pudding. Whether we look at the number of killed or seriously injured on our streets and the impact since the implementation of school safety zones and automated speed enforcement, we know, and the data supports, the very clear reality that these tools work, and they work very well, and they're very efficient. So I think we need to always remind ourselves, we spoke this morning about the loss of Elder Gary Sue and the teapot that we have sitting in front of us. And in this moment, moral clarity is required. We have a responsibility as leaders here and as city builders. This is not a popularity contest. And I, like many residents, quite frankly, do not appreciate seeing people take up this responsibility and the power that comes with it and aim to, worry about themselves or be engaged in a popularity contest. There is clear evidence, there are clear facts, and there's clear information that we have provided to us in order to make decisions that positively impact our communities and the safeties of all road users. And so I will continue in my role here as a leader in the city to tell the truth, to follow the evidence, to listen to the science, and to do the right thing on behalf of all the residents that I represent. I think we do need to stay deadly serious about this issue because it is an issue of life or death. This is not a joke, and it's a time for us to make sure that we have clarity about the work that we're doing and how we can do it in a good way moving forward. I am hopeful for positive outcomes in this work, and I do want to acknowledge and commend all of the busy, specifically the parents that have really mobilized around this issue and sharing their voices and feedback with the Premier and with his cabinet. I'll leave it there. Thanks, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. Councillor Fletcher, are you ready? Okay, Councillor Cole to speak.
Okay. First of all, I just want to put up this photo. Can I put up this photo?
Okay, the motion first and the photo.
Motion.
Speak on the motion and then we'll do the photo.
Okay. Just asking the City Council to request the manager to report on the infrastructure environment, on the impacts of removing all the enforcement cameras, constructing roundabouts at all 819 Toronto schools, building speed humps at all these Toronto schools, and also the anticipated cost and the budgetary impacts of deploying police officers at all our schools, replacing the cameras, and the impact on emergency services like fire and police. So we should have that information because obviously I don't think the province has time to do that. We need to do that evaluation. So I'm asking you to do that. Is the photo ready?
We put up the photo, please.
Oy vey. Okay, I've been at this safety technology for a few years. You can see the speaker was there.
That was in 1995.
Yeah, Mayor Lastman, you can see the late Jack Layton is there. So we've been trying to fight for safe streets for quite a while, trying to deploy this technology. So not my first rodeo in terms of dealing with the speed cameras. I just want to say that the main thing here is we're involved with a similar type of culture war situation the Premier is trying to create, whether it be the bike lanes or whether it be speed cameras. And no matter how much scientific evidence or arguments, rational arguments we're giving here, he's not going to listen. All the Premier does is look at the polling. And the polling will show that people don't like bike lanes, they don't like speed cameras, so the Premier is going to do what the polling tells him to do. So, but I think what we can do at least say, okay, Premier, you want roundabouts on all our streets, where schools are, you want speed humps everywhere. Well, we're going to tell you what it's going to cost to replace them. We're also going to tell you what are the police costs going to be. Because as you know, this council agreed a few years ago to relieve the police of their duties at school crossing guard. Remember, the police used to run it. It was a farce. Where they were not able to do it because they were too busy chasing criminals. So we now spend $33 million a year with our crossing guards. The Premier doesn't even know that, but anyways, that's what we do already. So, you know, as Councillor Cannavale said, it is just astonishing that with another control guns and gangs problem in this city that the police can't keep track of, the auto theft epidemic, which has ravaged the city for the last 5 years, that the police can't control, the police are now going to be deployed as crossing guards. That's what they're going to do. So what is the implications of that? So again, just a reminder, 95% of these cameras are at schools. They're for children's safety. If you take away the cameras, it's going to kill kids. Simple as that. Kids are going to die. So the Premier is willing to allow that to happen because his election polling tells him his voters love this. So he doesn't care whether kids are going to die or not. He's going to remove the cameras and just hope somehow his speed humps and his roundabouts are going to save lives. And, you know, it's just, again, the bottom line is this rewards lawbreakers, the people who've been chopping down the cameras, the vigilante out there that have been chopping down cameras. This rewards them and says, you want to change the law? Break the law. And that's what they're doing. They're saying, yes, it's okay to break the law, and we'll get rid of the speed cameras. That's what this rewards.
Yeah. Councillor Cheng to speak. Oh, you're not ready? Well, Councillor Fletcher wants to speak last, so there's no other speakers. Okay, Councillor Prusa, you want to speak? We're not ready for you either. We're not ready. Let's take a 5-minute break. Five minutes break. Yes, we'll just have a 5-minute recess, an opportunity for the councillors to have their motions and staff to do their motions. Okay, members of council, the meeting is now resumed. Members, so our next speaker will be Councillor Cheng. Councillor Cheng.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I have a motion.
Okay, if we can put the motion on the screen. Okay, go ahead.
This is asking staff to explore time of day variable speed limits in appropriate school zones and modifications to zone signage, including the use of emerging technologies with a report back on feasibility and potential safety outcomes. And, you know, I'm speaking today as a city councillor as well as a mom. I see the speeding cars on my streets. It is one of the #1 issues that you hear when you go door to door. And I do hold on to my kids' hands a little tighter when there's cars going by that you know are beyond what the speed limit prescribes. And I am also a person who got a ticket right near my place when they had a speed camera installed. And guess what it did? It modified my behavior. I never got another ticket. And even though that speed camera has been removed, I permanently changed my behavior. And maybe I'm not, you know, a typical citizen, but I think there's more of us than you think. I am saddened to hear what Councillor Perks shared today. 30 people killed, 150 seriously injured. I know one of those seriously injured was in my ward, and I know that the family is currently facing very serious decisions with regard to their loved one. Sean Dillon, the manager of traffic operations of the City of Toronto, often comes to my ward to make presentations to our community groups and at our spaghetti town halls. And in those presentations, he often reminds us that at 30 kilometers an hour, we have a 9 out of 10 chance of surviving if you're a pedestrian and you're hit at that speed. If the car is going 40 kilometers per hour, you have a 7 out of 10 chance of survival. But if you are going 50 kilometers an hour and a pedestrian is hit, the survival rate drops to 1.5 out of 10. That is a stark number and something that we need to think about. I grew up in the suburbs in the 80s. I know we feel like 50 and 60 should be the norm everywhere, but I certainly don't want to see people's lives at risk because of convenience for drivers. And while we fight to keep this program alive, all my fellow councillors have put in many motions to try to improve something. I feel like we're just through our motions negotiating with the province. But we also have to understand where they're coming from. And if you look at the current political climate, there is so much polarization and people don't trust that the city has their best interests, which is really heartbreaking at times for me to think about that, considering how hard I know we as councillors work and how hard city staff work. But we have to work together to build that trust. And if building that trust means we need to amend the way that we are implementing this, I think we have to be open to that conversation. And so I hope that our city manager and our mayor will have some constructive conversations with the province to consider the many things that we have put into this pot of soup that we're trying to cook together to make for the survivability of the automatic speed enforcement program. And, you know, just thinking about people feeling angry when they're ticketed, yes, it is hard when you get hit with that fine, but it really does change your behavior because you feel it in your pocket, which is a place we all feel the pain. I do, though, also acknowledge that, you know, if you get a ticket for going over 30 at 2 a.m., probably you're not going to be very happy about that because most people don't want to drive 30 kilometers an hour at 2 a.m. So I think, you know, looking at some time of day speed limits would be helpful in just demonstrating to the province that we are trying to be practical. We're not trying to get people to pay more money than they need to, but we just want safer streets, and predominantly that is when our kids are in school, when our streets are active. So let's try to find that happy middle ground so I don't have to hold my kids' hands so tight when, you know, I actually walk on the side of traffic when I'm with them on the sidewalk. I think a lot of parents do that, just knowing how fast people drive in our city. So let's try to build a safer street, and let's say to our Premier, let's find a compromise. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Perruzza.
Okay, sorry. You have your member motion.
Yeah, I have a motion, yeah.
Okay.
Yep. Thank you, Speaker. I'm sorry, I do have a motion. Maybe the clerks can put it on the board. I apologize for my voice, but yesterday I was speaking to a class of kids, a very enthusiastic class of kids, and the room being full and speaking louder than I normally do, I find myself today with very little voice, so apologize for that. But I did want to move this motion, and I did want to, oh, thank you so much. And I did want to make this point that I heard earlier that someone say that cameras save lives. Well, 150 cameras in, I'm assuming, 150 school zones and community safety zones, okay? 150 cameras from January to July issued 500,000 tickets. Think about it for a second. 150 cameras in 150 locations in the city, not all over the city, issued 500,000 tickets. 500,000 speeders rushed through these school zones, these community safety zones. That's not slowing them down. That number says that people are just flying through what should be safety zones. Are they doing that because they're just scofflaws? I would hope not. And I suspect that most of them are not. Unlike Councillor Sachs, I don't believe that. I believe this. I believe that if you were able to see the cameras, if you clearly knew what the speed limit was in that stretch of street, that people would be slowing down, that you wouldn't have issued 500,000 tickets from January to July. I don't believe that. And if you take that number and you project it forward with the additional cameras, you're at 1 million people flying through 200 safety zones. Just 200. That's not the 7,500, the 7,500 kilometers of roads you have across the city of Toronto. That's a very, very small number of areas, streets, in what we have defined to be a safety area. I supported this. I supported school safety zones. 2013, a young woman on her first day of school in my neighborhood, Violet Liang, lost her life. First day of school, she was walking on Sentinel Road, and a truck making a turn onto Lamberton killed her. I don't know if speed was a factor in that incident, but that was a tragic, tragic event. And that's why I believe that we needed to do something in and around schools to protect kids and to protect folks. And it emerged into this program. But now what we have, and no wonder you're like, what the conversation we should be having today is, how do we get 1 million tickets down to 0? How do we get all of these folks that are speeding through these neighborhoods to basically stop doing that? And cameras should be a tool in that, you know, toolbox of things like speed humps and all the rest of it. That's really what the objective should be, is to make those neighborhoods safe, to get people to slow down. And I think our problem has been the deployment of this program. We had broad public support for it at the beginning of this thing. That was eroded. Why? Well, 1 million tickets. And a lot of those people that got those tickets feel they were unfairly, caught or unfairly charged. So I believe that there is an opportunity to salvage this. So the conversation should be, how do we get 1 million tickets to zero?
Councillor Perruzza, 5 seconds.
That should be the conversation today.
Thank you. Okay, Councillor
Fletcher. Thank you, Speaker. I have a couple of motions that
Speaker.
yes, thank you. I believe I am. The first one is I would like to amend Councillor Bradford's motion for the continued support in school zones and community safety zones, please. So we're not limiting that cameras simply to school zones, although we know the majority of them are in there. And then the second motion is to refer the motions 1A, 1B, 1C, and 7 to the city manager and instruct you, Mr. City Manager, that all of these motions which look at changing the times and making some changes, whether or not, and you're discussing with the province, that would make a difference in how they're going to approach the speed cameras. And to come back to us, and whether or not that would result in us having the ability to maintain them. So before we change everything, we would like you to have that conversation and let us know. And then also to report on the consultation, in consultation with the general manager, to report on any of those measures that the province indicate would result in the City of Toronto being able to continue its automated speed camera, or as we like to call them, speed safety cameras for our program. So those are two simple things. So what we basically would do today would be to support our current program at the same time as asking the city manager to please have a look. If any of these, I'll call them tinkerings or small changes that are being discussed, would have a change of heart with the province, and to let us know. So that is an instruction to the city manager. On these other motions, I would just like to say, Councillor Perruzza, I'm unable to support your motion because essentially we would pause our program. And I don't think today that the intention is to pause our program. I think today our intention, as so many of you have spoken so eloquently about, is to maintain this program because we've been told that it saves lives, stops kids from being hurt, and that sick kids, which is such an important institution, not only in the City of Toronto, but across the entire province, has said it has reduced speeds by 45%. You know, no matter where you live in Ontario, when your child is very sick, that child comes to Sick Kids Hospital. It's that beacon for children. Everybody knows that. I've rushed my children there, my son, to have an emergency appendectomy. We rely on them and their expertise, and they are giving us their best diagnosis for children's health, and it is to maintain this program because it's working for children. They don't want our children coming to the emergency room because of an accident for speeding. So I think we should uphold their brilliant research, their commitment to kids, and proceed with the program that we have. There are many other motions that are great here, and we can just support all of those, including the ones that are about the member motion that Councillor Moyes has moved, Councillor Myers have moved, Councillor Burnside has moved, Councillor Sachs has moved, and Councillor Cole have moved. But the ones that would now change our program in midstream, instead of support our program, and the ones that would pause everything while we're doing this, I don't think we should support those, my friends. We have the opportunity here today to make a very clear message. We think these are working. And while I'm at it, I just want to thank our transportation staff, because in good faith, they initiated these provinces' permission, and now they're faced with this problem. We have to maintain we just have to maintain our really strong position of looking after our communities, of looking after our children, and keeping our roads safe. So thank you very much. Those are my motions and my recommendations, Speaker. Thank you.
Thank you. We do have a question for you. Councillor Holiday, 3 minutes clarification of the motion.
Thank you, Speaker. So if I've read this correctly and confirm, 1A, 1B, and 1C refers to the motions. Refers to the motions that I placed, which had very, very distinct operational changes to the program that would reduce the program's scale. I've read that correctly.
They would be referred to the city manager. No, now you've asked me, so I'd like to answer. Is that okay?
I didn't ask what they do. I just want to make sure I got the right propositions.
I'm going to tell you what I'm thinking. Is that all right?
If you could answer my question, yes.
Well, here's why I'm doing that. The mayor has indicated that she has spoken to the premier about some of these things, but the city manager has not yet had a chance, government to government, to put those things to the provincial government, to have these discussions, and so it would give your ideas the same consideration that the mayor has given to other ideas about this with the premier. So this allows a pathway for discussion, and then if there's still a big no, we know where we stand, and if it opens the door, I think you should be happy with that.
So instead of council taking a courageous position and acknowledging that something has to change, your negotiating tactic is to send it off to the city manager and not take a position on this. Why would the premier and the government that's looking at what council's doing and ultimately conclude that council's doing almost nothing today, do anything?
I don't
if
think
you whisk the operative parts out.
Councillor Holiday, question, please.
Well, why would the government do anything if council isn't willing to take a bold step in a position? Why would they do anything?
You know, some of these ideas here, like to at least allow those to be discussed, Councillor Holiday. This council, I think, is very clear on the importance of road safety. We supported these programs 100%. We have initiated them. We have put cameras in school zones. When someone has died, we've asked to have a camera there. They are working. We've had that validated. But the premier has a lot of ideas. Let's hear about these ideas, if that would make a difference. If not, I'm not prepared to change our very strong program on the fly. There is no reason for us to now bend and say, we're going to change everything, and then maybe you'll like us. No, here's some ideas. What do you think? Okay, maybe we can discuss them or no.
So instead of voting no, whisk them off the floor. That's the tactic.
Thank you.
Okay.
Instead of voting no, is to whisk
Our
them off the floor.
program should stand as our program.
Okay,
That's
thank you. Thank you. Councillor Bradford, question, 3 minutes.
Speaker, through you. Just help me understand on the amendment on part 7. Would that result in any changes at all to how speed cameras are deployed right now in the City of Toronto?
I think we'll just refer that one because, again, I think I'm making these referral motions, Councillor.
Sorry.
Because, hang on, I don't want to have these, and that's a question actually completely for staff. I'm not willing to start tinkering with this program that you and I have supported for many, many, many
Sorry,
years.
Madam
And
Speaker,
that is
the
my
question is about number 7. It's about the amendment. And the question is,
No,
help
it's
me
not
understand
amended.
how this would change
Number
the
7
way.
is,
Motion 9A.
no, motion, is that your motion?
Yes.
But
yeah.
number 7 is Councillor Cheng's motion. That's why you're
So
confusing me.
7 in the original motion
Sorry,
in front
which
of us.
one are, I'm sorry to do this.
Yeah,
but which
so
one are you talking about?
Your amendment to my amendment.
I'm amending you that I'd like to amend yours.
So
to
what I'm
continue
asking
to
you.
put cameras in community safety zones like O'Connor,
Right.
where that's been very important
Madam
for
Speaker, if
slowing
I
down.
could get an answer to the question.
Yep.
It is, how does it change how speed cameras are deployed right now in the city of Toronto, or does it effectively mean no change?
I guess you could read that how you'd like. You'd like to have them only in school zones, and this would just restore that we would have them in school zones, community safety zones, but as you know, we don't decide what those are. City Council decides what those are.
Right, council
Councillor
can
Bradford.
designate any stretch of road as a community safety zone, isn't that correct?
Yes, council, only
Yeah.
council can do that.
Right.
Not
We have
Community
put
council.
automated speed enforcement in community safety zones. And you're aware that the province has said very clearly that they plan to end the program as it currently stands. Your second motion actually makes that clear. And so, to clarify, your motion would eliminate the distinction between a school zone and a community safety zone, and it would actually just make this status quo. We would just be telling the province, City Council debated this for 8 hours today, and we came up with status quo. That's what your motion effectively does. Is that
My
correct?
motion basically says this City Council cares about road safety.
Okay.
You asked me.
Well, I asked you,
You've
does your
asked
motion...
me, and you've spent all the time asking me, and now I'm going to spend my 10 seconds saying to you that this establishes the commitment of this City Council to road safety with speed safety cameras. And you can read that how you'd like, but I don't think we're telling the province anything except these are what we believe, and we believe for 10 or more years, to keep our community safe, Councillor.
8 hours of discussion, no changes. That's what you're...
I'm sorry. Is that your editorial? Because I have one. I think
No,
8
hold
hours
on,
of
hold on.
discussion where we've been clear in our commitment
Councillor
to road
Fletcher,
safety.
that was
No
his last
changes.
question.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Sorry, Councillor.
Okay, that was your last question, so Councillor Holiday.
I would like to speak to the referral.
No.
Okay, so if it is not a referral of an item, I would like the speaker to rule as to whether it's in order and whether or not the parameters of the requirements of a referral are met, including specific instructions for the purpose of the referral and a time frame and the action to bring it back.
Okay. Members of council, so we can continue. Members, Councillor Fletcher, everyone. So Councillor Holiday has asked me to rule on whether the form of Councillor Fletcher's motion 9B meets the requirement of the procedure bylaw. Section 27.911 provides that the motion to refer include the name of the committee or official to whom the matter is referred. It also provides that a motion to refer that does not contain a time period within which the matter will be reported back to council will be due within 3 months of the referral. Accordingly, I am ruling that motion 9B meets the requirements of the procedures. Okay. Now, Councillor Holiday, I understand that you want to revise one of your motions. That's what I was told by staff.
I do, Madam Speaker. It is to change the words direct to request consideration of the general manager.
Which motion was that?
I believe that was motion number 1.
1B?
I think it was motion number 1.
Okay, hold on. Let me grab it.
It was just the leading sentence.
Okay. Does the staff have that
they do.
Revision from Councillor Holiday? Okay, so we do have it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. Okay. Councillor Fletcher?
Yes, Speaker. I will, after listening to Councillor Bradford's questions and thinking about that, I will withdraw my amendment that indicated to include community safety zones because that's currently our program. And so Councillor Bradford's motion would be to have them only in school zones, which would not be my preference. So I'll vote against that, as I've told everybody how I'm voting, but I'll withdraw my motion if council will let me, and then I'll simply not support only putting them in school zones.
So motion to withdraw Councillor Fletcher's amendment to Councillor Bradford on favor. Carried. Okay, if I can have members of council to take their seats so we can start voting. Okay. Councillor Holiday?
Thank you, Speaker. I did want to raise a point of order before we started voting. There is an amendment by Councillor Myers, which is, I think, to Proposition 2.1b, which requires some reporting on ticket numbers. I would like to ensure that we have a recorded vote on his amendment because it is a delete and replace, so we get one shot at it. And I also wanted to vote on the committee's proposition 24.13, item number 5, which is about sending letters to every household at 500 meters. I'd like to vote on that separately, please.
Okay, so we'll put them on the screen. So we are at IE 24.13 now? No? Okay, so on IE 24.4, we'll put it on the screen. Okay, if I can have members of council, we're going to be putting the motion on the screen. Okay, we're in the middle of a vote, Councillor Bradford.
It's about the vote. Item 7, if my amendment does not pass, item 7 in the original motion, I'd like to have a separate recorded vote on that. Thank you.
Okay. Okay. Yeah. Okay, it's on the screen, IE 24.4. On favor? It was on the screen. This is the committee report. On favor? Carried. Okay, now we go to IE 24.13. Okay, first motion is motion 4 by Councillor Bradford. Yes.
Councillor Carroll, oh, thank you. Councillor Candeval, Councillor Crisanti, please.
Motion 4 does not carry. The vote is 5-20.
Okay, next motion.
Just stand by. Speaker, while we display the results.
What's the next motion?
Madam Speaker, just stand by. We still need to display the results of the last vote. Just give us 1 minute.
Okay, next motion is 9B by Councillor Fletcher. Recorded vote? Recorded vote.
Councillor Perruzza, please. Motion 9B carries. The vote is 21-4.
Okay? Okay, 1D by Councillor Holiday. Recorded.
Councillor Bravo, please.
We can get the artist to do it. The
Motion
artist.
1D carries. The vote is 20-5.
Okay, next motion. Motion 2 by Councillor Burnside. On favor? Carried. Next motion. Motion 5 by Councillor Sachs. On favor? Carried. Motion 6 by Councillor Cole. On favor? Carried. Motion 8. Okay, motion 8 by Councillor Perruzza. Recorded.
Motion 8 does not carry. The vote is 4-21.
Next motion. Motion 5. Yeah. Okay, recommendation 5 was asked to be a split. Recorded vote.
Councillor Perruzza, please.
Councillor Turnus Lynn and Councillor Crescenti, please. Councillor Turnus Lynn, please. Thank you.
Part 5 of item 24.13 carries. The vote is 20 to 5.
Okay, part 7. Pardon? Sorry, I can't hear you. Okay, vote separately on 1 and 2. Pardon? Yeah, we'll go back to 1. Yeah, and then we'll do all of them, yeah. Okay, number 1. On favor? Did you want to record a vote on 1? Okay, recorded vote.
Part 1 of item 24.13 carries. The vote is 20 to 5.
Okay. Part 2. On favor? You want a recorded vote on all of them? Okay, recorded vote. Pardon?
We'd like to reopen 24.13 sub 1. Councillor Matlow voted the wrong way, however he voted.
Okay, we have to vote on this first.
Okay.
The vote is open on part 2. Part 2 is the item we're voting on. Councillor Sachs, please. Thank you.
Councillor Cole, please.
Councillor Cole, please. We're voting on part 2. Part 2 of the item is adopted. The vote is 21 to 4.
Okay. Okay, so motion to reopen part 1. On favor, carried. Okay, so we'll do another recorded vote on 1.
Councillor Cheng, please, and Councillor Perruzza.
Councillor Cole, please.
The revote on Part 1 carries. The vote is 17 to 8.
Part 7. Recorded vote.
Voting panel is now open. Councillor Bravo, please and thank you. Councillor Perruzza.
Councillor Crisanti, please.
Part 7 carries. The vote is 24 to 1.
Balance of the item as amended. On favor? Carried. Okay. Now we're at MM 33.2. Okay, if we can put it on the screen. Okay, Moy's motion number 1. There it is. On favor? Carried. Motion 2 by Councillor Myers. On favor? Okay, kind of figured that. Recorded vote. Do you know it costs money for recorded votes?
Councillor Ainsley, please, and Councillor Perruzza.
Councillor Mantis and Councillor Crisanti, please.
Councillor Perruzza, please.
Councillor Carroll, your vote verbally, please. In favor, thank you.
Motion 2 carries. The vote is 20 to 5.
Okay, what's next? Item is amended. Pardon? Pardon, Councillor Holliday?
Point of order, I would like the motion as amended read out so I know exactly what it says.
Speaker, just stand by. We'll have to consolidate the decision. Madam Speaker, just stand by. The members asked for the motion to be consolidated, and that'll just take us 1 second. Two parts of the main item were amended, so we're just consolidating the motion right now.
Okay, we're going to display it. It's on the screen. Okay, Councillor Holliday, we did what you wanted.
Thank you. I truly appreciate it, Madam Speaker. So my request is to vote on 1A through E and 2A together separately. And then I would like to vote against 2B and 3.
Okay. We've already voted on 2B. All right? Okay. So can you put, holiday, why don't we just vote on all of it separately? No? Well, okay. Okay, so we're ready. So recorded vote on part 3. Okay, recorded vote.
Speaker, the voting panel is now open on part 3. The voting chimes are not working at the moment, so this is my call to you to vote, please.
Are you talking about the bells not working? Oh, okay.
Councillor Cole, Councillor Matlow, Councillor Crescenty, please.
Councillor Perruzza and Councillor Bradford, please. Part 3 of the member motion carries. The vote is 22-2.
Okay, and now we're going to vote on the balance of the item as amended. On favor? Recorded? Okay. Yeah. Because Councillor Holiday said it's okay, he didn't want a recorded vote. You want a recorded vote? Okay, recorded vote.
Councillor Perruzza, please. Councillor Bravo. Deputy Mayor Malik, please. And thank you. Councillor Chang. The balance of the item as amended carries unanimously, 24 in favor.
Okay, we still have two more items. TE 2565. Right? I see 2565. Okay, on favor, carried. SC 2531. Put it on the screen. On favor, carried. That's it? Okay, we finished the votes. Thank you. Barbara, thank you for joining us today. I hope you enjoyed your day. Our next item is EX 26.5, which is deferred revenue, reserves, funds, and Councillor Holiday, you held it down. Do you have questions?
I do, Speaker. I wondered if the CFO could tell Council the dire circumstances that our development charge reserve fund is in.
To the Speaker, so we did feel it was very important to add some additional information into the reserve report this year, specific to our development charge reserves. It's an area that comes up quite a bit in our discussions with colleagues in both the federal and provincial government, and the fact that there is $2.8 billion in the reserve, but when you look a little closer and look at the amount that we've collected to date in comparison to prior years, you'll see even just 5 years ago or so, we were collecting over $700 million a year. It did enable us to build the reserve as the amount that was being recovered or received was greater than the amount of development activity that we were initiating on an annual basis. But we're now at a point where, as of the end of June, we only collected $59 million this year and are expecting to spend significantly more, to the tune where we will be required to collect, on average, about $300 million a year over the next 10 years to be able to support the $6.1 billion in development charge and growth-enabling investments that we have in the existing 10-year capital plan. If you compound that with the expected changes coming from Bill 17, and specifically a 3 to 4 year deferral on development charges we would receive, we will be at a point where we would have to start considering deferring capital projects, especially in reserves that are at or nearing a negative balance, that being long-term care homes, library, water reserves, and our recreation, our parks and recreation reserves.
So I want to be really clear on this. In not so many words, do I understand that our 10-year rolling capital plan is likely not funded any longer. Significantly not funded.
So as it stands now, absent changes coming from Bill 17, we do believe we would have adequate development charges coming in to support the roughly $6 billion in projects. But the impacts of Bill 17, without the ability of us being able to reallocate DCs from existing DC services while still supporting eligible projects, will put our capital program at risk.
You gave me a new number that I didn't see in the report, around 300 million, but I think the report says, confirm if I'm wrong, that you've been operating under the assumption that you would collect the average amount of DCs going forward, which is around $520 million a year. And this year it's, I don't know, 10, 12, 13% of that at 59 million. So you said to me just now that as it stands, it is funded, but if the current collection rate continues, it is not funded. Is that correct?
To the Speaker, the current collection rate for this year would likely collect just over 100 million. That would not be adequate to fund the $6 billion in planned capital projects if it were to continue at that rate.
Are all of those planned capital projects discretionary, or are we obligated to deliver on those?
These are growth-enabling capital projects that are part of our development charge background study, with the majority of them being in transit that is required to support new communities, water infrastructure to be able to enable development, transit infrastructure to be able to enable development. These are growth-related capital projects required to support development.
Okay, and so in order to meet standards that we've prescribed at this city, we really have no choice. We've got to build them. Is that correct?
So again, when we look at growth-related projects, there's really two categories. There are those, especially in water and transit and transportation, that you would require to enable the development. Okay. There are other projects that support the communities once they move into those homes. So what you would be looking at deferring is potentially that infrastructure, that public infrastructure like recreation centers that support those communities once they move in.
So we as a council waive DCs, and there's new legislation that requires it to occur. Do we still do it on a discretionary basis from time to time?
To the Speaker, there's been a greater focus probably over the last 18 months or so, where there is a review against any incentive program that we as a city would offer and the impact it has on our capital plan. So while we have made investments in terms of supporting development activities, they've all been done through the lens of what can happen without impacting our 10-year capital plan.
Okay.
Some of the regulations that are coming forward outside of the city will have an impact. And this is where it's important to note that any action that we as a city have taken, and there's been considerable actions to be able to support development, have been done and taken through a lens of what can we afford, no more than that, at which it would impact our capital work.
I admit I don't have a motion for you, but is there a way that you can assure me that you will bring to council's attention anytime a motion or initiative comes forward that is going to cut at the collection of development charges that are so badly needed? And we see those motions, and I know I'm out of time, but we see them pop up, members' motions, waive the DC for X, Y, Z, which in and in itself doesn't look like much, but collectively, this is a growing concern because we are unfunded. So how are you going to let us know and bring it to our attention the cumulative impact of these decisions?
That was your last question?
To the Speaker, so we will continue so we do provide financial impact statements as it relates to any motions that come forward, and that'll continue to happen. An approach we've also taken is to look at programs and a programmatic view in terms of the incentives that we might offer, and looking at those and essentially how we could accommodate that within a certain amount of units that we could benefit that are aligned with what we can afford as part of an incentive program without impacting our capital work.
Thank you. Councillor Perks.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Conforti. Those were very helpful answers. I just want to make sure that we're 100% clear. So when council has made choices to waive development charges, you have reviewed them and you have informed us every time that we can do this without jeopardizing our capital program. Is that correct?
To the Speaker, that's correct. We've looked at the programs through a lens of how many units we can offer as part of an incentive program looking at it against what we would expect to receive or forego in development charges and our ability to be able to withstand that without having an impact on our capital program.
Okay, but Bill 17 is different in that if all of the actions in Bill 17 are undertaken, our ability to deliver, particularly the transit and water infrastructure to support those new residents, will be jeopardized.
To the Speaker, the impact of Bill 17, we estimate to be a deferral of cash flow in the tune of about $1.9 billion, which will have an impact, especially in those specific DC services, such as roads, water, libraries, long-term care home, parks and rec, that the reserve balances that we have today could not withstand the impact of that deferral.
So, in summary, the choices City Council's been making about when we waive development charges. So, for example, in our purpose-built rental program, that was all done without any threat to our ability to deliver necessary capital. But Bill 17 is a threat to our ability to deliver necessary capital.
To the Speaker, that's correct.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Holiday, did you want to speak? Councillor Holiday?
Thank you, Speaker. No motions?
Oh, no, hold on. Councillor Crescenti just put his name up. Councillor Crescenti, question.
I just want to get a clarification. So we're still currently undergoing a comprehensive development charge review, correct, right now?
To the Speaker, yes, that's occurring.
And we also voted on freezing development charges earlier on this year. Currently, development charges are at the rate since April.
To the Speaker, yes, we froze development charges to the 2024 rates.
Okay. What impact has that had on our development charge bottom line?
To the Speaker, so again, we've moved forward with initiatives to be able to incentivize or support development activities in the city. The amount of development that we've seen in terms of DCs that we've collected to date, we haven't seen the level of activity that we had in prior years. And I may need to turn to our Deputy City Manager in Development and Growth Services to speak to some of the challenges.
Okay, so we just haven't had enough activity to really move the needle or have any significant impact.
Sorry, significant impact to the development charge reserves, or in terms of development in general?
Development charges, reserves. Yeah.
Through the Speaker, just to add to our CFO's comments, the programs that we've put in place, to his earlier comment, just haven't delivered, I guess, as much activity as we would have liked. We've put everything forward possible as far as creating incentives, but once again, not as much development as we'd like to see, therefore less development charges.
Okay, thank you, Speaker.
Thank you. Councillor Holiday to speak.
Thank you, Speaker. I'll be brief. This is a really important report and discussion. I'm grateful for the CFO to raise it. I think we should talk about this more at council. The numbers are striking. If we were expecting $520 million, millions, and we ended up with 59 to date, that is just a fraction of what is required. There's some careful answers today. I don't want to assume that it's going to be 59 million every year. Perhaps this is a bad year, but if that sustains, that's something that council certainly needs to pay attention to, because we won't have enough money to build the things that we need to build. And there were some other careful responses today. I guess it's true that staff have considered the impacts of our capital program on some of the discretionary choices that council has made to waive development charges as incentives. Those are incentives for the development industry. And whether if that's a person building one unit on their property or it's something larger depending on the program, those are all things that are meant to tilt and help the developers performa. We hope that they will deliver certain things because of that. And people know that I have not been comfortable with a lot of those decisions in the past. This makes the case for us to be even more careful going forward. I will just submit to council that, you know, everything that is done to improve or cost save on a pro forma comes eventually at the cost to taxpayers at the end of the day. Those are resources that would otherwise have been needed and may need to be collected from them in the future. I just think that this is an important inflection point that we need to pay attention extra vigilantly going forward. As we enter into these programs, we should be adhering carefully to the advice of our CFO. And I don't look at Bill 17 lightly. That has impacted this city profoundly. It is a pro-development bill. And it is something that is catering to that industry and the desires that they want. And I've had smaller developers mention to me that, you know, what a burden the DCs are on them kicking off their project because they'd like to see it financially viable. And my response is that's not my problem, because everything that is saved on those DCs are something that is paid for by the taxpayers at large in the city. So why should they pay for the project? And some people don't like that answer, but that's the reality of it. So I just think that this is, as I said, an important point. The numbers are striking, and all the more reason to exercise even more care going forward. And I look forward to those reports, and I hope the sensitivity and the cumulative impact of these decisions get highlighted.
Thank you. Councillor Perks to speak.
Thank you. They say rule number one of real estate is location, location, location. And that's why we collect development charges, to pay for the location. There is no point of moving into a building if you can't get your water hooked up. There is no point of building something if there is no library nearby. People don't want to live there. There's no point in having more people move into the city of Toronto if there's no recreation space for them. That's why we collect these charges. And that's why we operate with care whenever we're creating a waiver for them. So for example, Mayor Chow has done something absolutely brilliant, which is to stimulate the purpose-built rental market, which has been dead, not just in Toronto, but in Ontario for 40 years. So we get a public benefit, and we ask the CFO to very carefully look at whether or not we can provide the services that support the location, that make it worthwhile to build. We operate with a screwdriver and care. The province, on the other hand, comes in with a sledgehammer and just smashes everything it can see and says, okay, now that we've flattened and scorched the earth, it's easier to build. Forgetting that nobody wants to move into a building where the water isn't hooked up and there's no transit connection and there's no home for the aged and there's no library and there's no recreation program. I agree with Councillor Holliday's caution that we should pay careful attention, but we should pay attention to the source of the problem, which is a provincial government that has lost any sense at all of how a community, a municipality, a city like the City of Toronto operates. We have done our job, and it's terrifying watching the province of Ontario make our job impossible. And I want to remind you, probably the thing you hear most is the affordability of housing, right? That's something every member of council hears about. I want to remind you, Premier Ford, in a previous bill, eliminated the charge for affordable housing, putting it entirely on us. We have, through careful and patient and hard work, figured out how to still make the public builder model work, how to still be building affordable housing at scale for the first time in 50 years in the City of Toronto. But we've done it despite the province. And the thing that should be clear in our minds is that this new bill, Bill 17, makes it all impossible. Our chief financial officer just told you we will not be able to build necessary infrastructure in the City of Toronto because of Bill 17. You should be terrified, you should be angry, and you should be sharing that with the people we represent. Thank you.
Thank you. On the item, on favor, carried. Which one is it? All right, before we adjourn this evening, there's, well, it's 25 to 6. There's a playoff game tonight. GG 24.9, which is review and renewal of technology maintenance contracts for city services. Councillor Thompson held it down, and we have the fire chief. Where's the fire chief? We have the fire chief here that's been here all day. Councillor Thompson has agreed that he can deal with the item now, so huh? Well, you don't need to speak? Okay, good news. Councillor Thompson is just releasing the item. So thank you for spending the day with us. Thank you. Yes, on the item, on favor, carried. All right, so let's do some quick releases. Oh, Councillor Sachs, did you have, your name is up there for what?
Yeah, quick release.
Okay, so we'll do quick releases. Okay, go ahead.
I'm trying again for CC 33.22. It's a heritage permit in my ward, a refusal.
I think somebody else wanted to hold it earlier. Who?
Brad said he had to speak to staff, but he's had all day.
Well, who was it?
It was Bradford.
Councillor Bradford.
But he's not here.
He left for the day?
He left.
Oh, okay.
And it's my ward.
Sure. Yeah. Let's just hold it to tomorrow just in case he wants to.
If he's no, I have surely the right to put the matter to council. It's in my ward. It's been reviewed with staff.
Councillor Sachs, the problem is that another councillor has asked that they have questions on it. So we have to respect if they have any questions.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Councillor, we can do it tomorrow morning. Councillor Thompson. Councillor Thompson, quick release that you that I gave to you earlier, CC 33.13. I believe the staff has the amendment.
Yes, Speaker, and they have presented it to me, and I'd like to move the following amendment and then to move the item. Do you want me to read it out, or is it on the screen?
Yeah, there it is on the screen.
My computer is off here. So, do you want me to read it out, or is it okay, considered read?
Yeah, it's okay. You don't have
Just looking for the nodding from the...
It's
Okay, there it is. It's
for
on the
park
screen.
improvements.
So
okay.
I'm moving this amendment on your behalf.
Okay, on the amendment, on favor, carried.
Move
On the, and
item.
you'll release the item?
Yes.
Okay, the confidential report?
Yes.
Yeah. On favor, carried.
Thank
you. Councillor Myers, quick release. Just 1 sec, okay?
Can I release EX 26.12 Toronto Parking Authority 2024 ESG report? And can I just have a recorded vote on that, please?
Recorded vote?
Yes.
On EX 26.12, Environmental, Social, and Governance report. Recorded vote?
Deputy Mayor Malik, please. Councillor Burnside, please.
Councillor Thompson, may we have your vote verbally, please? Affirmative, thank you.
Item EX 26.12 carries. The vote is 19-1.
Okay. Are there any further quick releases? I know. I don't know if we should go to Councillor Fletcher. Did we want to go to the nom? There's no more quick release. Do we have any members' motion that we have to add? Maybe we can do that now? Oh, there's nothing? Okay, so let's get the confirmatory bylaw ready. May I have a motion to introduce a confirmatory bill? Councillor Thompson, would you like to do that?
Yes, Speaker. That leave be granted to introduce bills to confirm to the point of the introduction of this motion, the proceedings of City Council meeting 33 on October 8th, 2025.
Thank you. Shall leave be granted to introduce these bills? All in favor? Show of hands. Opposed, if any, carried. Shall these bills be declared as bylaws and be passed subject to Section 226.9 of the City of Toronto Act 2006? On favor, opposed, if any, carried. So we're recessed to 9:30 tomorrow morning. Thank you.